June 26th, 2024. My name is Doug Marshall, and as the chair of the Amherst Planning Board, I am calling this meeting to order at 6:36 p.m. This meeting is being recorded and is available live streamed via Amherst Media. Minutes are being taken. Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021 and extended by Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, this planning board meeting, including public hearings, will be conducted via remote means using the Zoom platform. The Zoom meeting link is accessible on the meeting agenda, posted on the town website's calendar listing for this meeting, or go to the planning board webpage and click on the most recent agenda, where the Zoom link is listed at the top of the page. No in-person attendance of the public is permitted. However, every effort will be made to ensure the public can adequately access the meeting in real time via technological means. In the event we are unable to do so for reasons of economic hardship or despite best efforts, we will post an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting on the town's website. Board members, I will take a roll call. When I call your name, unmute yourself, answer affirmatively, and return to mute. Bruce Colden.
I'm here.
Fred Hartwell.
I am here.
Jesse Major.
Present.
I, Doug Marshall, am present. We've been told Janet McGowan will be arriving late. She is not here yet. Johanna Newman.
Present.
And Karen Winter.
Here.
Thank you all. Board members, if technical issues arise, we may need to pause to fix the problem and then continue the meeting. If the discussion needs to pause, it will be noted in the minutes. Please use the raise hand function to ask a question or make a comment. I will see your request and call on you to speak. After speaking, remember to remute yourself. To the general public. The general public comment item is reserved for public comment regarding items not on tonight's agenda. Please be aware the board will not respond to comments during general public comment period. Public comment may also be heard at other times during the meeting when deemed appropriate by the planning board chair. Please indicate you wish to make a comment by clicking the raise hand button when public comment is solicited. If you have joined the Zoom meeting using a telephone, please indicate you wish to make a comment by pressing *9 on your phone. When called on, please identify yourself by stating your full name and address, and put yourself back into mute when finished speaking. Residents can typically express their views for up to 3 minutes or at the discretion of the planning board chair. If a speaker does not comply with these guidelines or exceeds their allotted time, their participation may be disconnected from the meeting. All right, so the time now is 6:39. First item on our agenda are the meeting minutes. And I did not see any minutes in our packet. Is that correct, Chris?
That is correct. We're missing May 1st, May 15th, and June 5th. As you know, we've been stressed because we lost a staff member, but we will try to catch up by the next meeting.
All right, great. All right, so now we'll go to the public comment period. And at this time, I usually read the names of the public I see. We have 8 attendees. Bob Parent, Konstantin Pleshikov, someone with iPhone 13, Jeff LeBeau, Jen Ducharme, Maura Keene, Melissa McGowan, which I may have misspelled or mispronounced, and Miriam Sierra. Do any members of the public want to make a comment at this time on something, on a topic that is not later on our agenda this evening? All right, I don't see any hands raised from members of the public. Guess we'll go on. All right, time is 6:41, and we'll go to item 3 on the agenda, which is our public hearing for this evening. This is a combined hearing, site plan review, and a special permit. So, let's see. All right, so in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, this public hearing has been duly advertised and notice thereof has been posted. It is being held for the purpose of providing the opportunity for interested citizens to be heard. This is SPR 2024-10 and SPP 2024-505. Applicant is the town of Amherst. Location is East Pleasant Street at Kendrick Park. Request a site plan review approval under section 3.335 of the zoning bylaw, public park, playground, or other public recreation facility to install a prefabricated restroom structure on a concrete pad along the North Pleasant Street side of the park. And request a special permit under footnote A of Table 3 of Article 6 of the zoning bylaw to modify the front setback requirement from 15 feet to 10 feet. Parcel 11C-244 in the RG zoning district. Do we have any members of the board who need to make a disclosure before this hearing? I am not seeing any hands raised in response to that, so I will assume there are no board disclosures. So we'll go right into the applicant presentation, and then after that, we'll have our site visit report. Bob Parent, I assume you're here as the applicant?
Yes, I am.
All right, so welcome, and you may proceed.
Very good. Thank you. For those that don't know me, I came on board with the town about a year ago in a position called Special Capital Projects Coordinator, just to help the town move a number of different capital projects forward like this one. So I've been asked to to take on responsibility for this project and move it forward. It's a relatively straightforward project. Let's see, I think I can share my screen. Grab the right. You should be able to see a site plan right now, I believe.
Yes.
So the plan that I've shared with you, if you look at the bottom center more or less of the plan, it shows the proposed location of the restroom facility. It's a proposed single unit unisex facility prefabricated as you indicated, to be located on a concrete pad adjacent to what will be a new sidewalk. And I expect we'll hear about that a little bit in the site visit report. But North Pleasant Street is under construction right now for a DPW designed and implemented project that will include a number of different things, included a new sidewalk, new angled parking on the northern portion of North Pleasant Street, et cetera. And what we're requesting and have been working with the DPW to do is to locate this new restroom facility adjacent to the proposed new sidewalk. So if you see that gray kind of oblong shape, that's the restroom facility. The sidewalk is immediately to the west of that, and because of the location of the sidewalk and the position of the restroom facility, that's the reason that we're requesting the special permit. The zoning setback in this zone would normally be a 15-foot setback. To locate the restroom facility immediately adjacent to the sidewalk, as you see here, we would only be approximately 10 feet from the sidewalk. So that's one of the reasons we're in front of the planning board this evening, to request that approval. To put this location somewhat in context, I believe you can see an overall site plan of Kendrick Park. The green oval that you see in the middle is the new playground that was constructed several years ago. The dark gray or black line you see on the top or the east side of North Pleasant Street is the new sidewalk improvements that are being constructed as part of the North Pleasant Street improvements. It seemed to be an ideal location for a restroom, one to serve the park, particularly during the daytime hours, as well as to serve some of the nearby commercial establishments that have activities that go into the evening, and to provide a restroom that's open to the public during the evening hours as well. If I can get what we're proposing to have constructed at this location is based on a product that's known as the Portland Loo, which I believe you can see in the screen right now. It's a product that's been in manufacturing for probably 6 to 9 years, I believe. It was originally implemented in the city of Portland, hence the name the Portland Loo. And then the manufacturing company that originally constructed these for the city of Portland, I believe, was then licensed to be able to sell this product elsewhere, and now has several hundred installations across Canada as well as the US. In coming up with this as a type of facility, we met both the town manager, fire department, police department, myself, and the building commissioner to talk about a couple of different alternative types of facilities. And we settled primarily on this facility to address public safety concerns. You know, it's a fully private facility, but it is at the same time a facility that can be viewed from the exterior. And one of the major concerns that public safety officials have is, you know, the potential for what might happen or be ongoing in a closed building that they have no access to, or not no access to, but no visibility of. So this seemed like an ideal fit, where you have louvers at the bottom of the facility, as you can see in the photograph, and then at the top of the facility that provide visibility in terms of what and sort of who, in terms of you know, is it a single person or possibly multiple people inside of the facility, as well as, you know, if something happened and somebody fell onto the floor of the facility or something like that, that would clearly be visible from the outside of the facility to any public safety officials that respond to the site. Another thing that we liked about this is it's really, you know, it's proven itself, you know, with the hundreds of installations that are located that are built specifically for this purpose, as opposed to something that might be custom designed or custom manufactured that really hasn't worked all the bugs and the kinks and everything else out of the product. This is a product that, again, has been used in a number of different areas. The city of Greenfield recently installed one. If you're familiar with the parking lot areas behind what used to be the Wilson's department store, there's one of the facilities there now adjoining where the skate park is and the parking lot is. City of Cambridge has several that come to mind, and there's several other in Massachusetts that are either in or are planned to be in. The facility is, from a restroom facility, pretty straightforward. It has a toilet inside. It has a wall-mounted changing table on the inside of the facility. It is fully handicapped accessible. The hand washing station is actually located on the outside of the facility, so as not to take up space on the inside. And because we're in a cold weather environment, the way that that is dealt with is by heat tracing the plumbing, the drain, and the supply lines, so that the piping doesn't freeze in the wintertime. Let's see, what else do I want to mention? One thing I did want to note, on some of the photographs in here, you'll see that there's a large Portland Loo decal that's located on the unit. They no longer ship units with that large decal on there. The only signs or decals that come on the facility are the ADA compliant signage on the outside of the facility. And then on the top, you can't see it in this photograph, but you can see it in some of the other photographs. There's large letters that say public restroom to identify the purpose of the building. The unit that we intend to purchase and procure and purchase will actually be a hybrid powered system. It will have solar panels on the roof, but it will also have a connection to the electrical system, primarily to make certain that we have adequate levels of power during the wintertime. The typical solar panels that are mounted on a facility would be adequate with a battery system here to handle the lighting inside the facility, but in a cold weather climate, they're not adequate to power the heat tracing that's necessary to keep the piping from freezing. I will note that the restroom itself is not heated, but the piping and the plumbing is heated as necessary to keep things from freezing. I can show you a couple of photographs quickly. Again, this is one that shows what they used to furnish the unit with a large Portland Lou decal on the end of the unit. They no longer ship them with that. The color you do see here, and I expect we'll be talking about color tonight, is the standard color and the standard coating product that they recommend, that they've had the greatest success with in terms of being graffiti resistant. They will use any type of custom color that you might want to put onto the unit, but they're not as confident in the graffiti resistance of other painting systems than the one that they typically use all the time. The other thing, this is the one in the city of Cambridge. Again, the decal would not be in the town's facility. This is actually the facility being installed in Greenfield this last fall. You can hit this photograph shows one of the color options that communities have chosen. It's a beige or brown color, so it is feasible. Again, it's not the recommended, but it's feasible, and it certainly, you can get graffiti resistant paint. It just may not have the track record of the painting system that the manufacturer customarily uses. Again, some nice looking facilities from my perspective. The brown, fitting into this environment works pretty well. Some interesting things that some communities have done, and I have a couple of examples of this, is that they go with the standard gray color, but then they apply a vinyl wrap to the exterior of the restroom facility. And some of them have gone as far as to make it part of a public art or a public art competition, where the winning artist gets selected to put their design on the exterior of the restroom facility. Here's another example. Another example. There is one case where actually a similar type of treatment was done, and this gives you a view of the inside of the restroom facility with a vinyl decal on the interior of the restroom to help dress that up. And that certainly would be feasible as well if that's something that the town wanted to do. The vinyl wrap would be something that would be done after installation. It wouldn't be done by the restroom manufacturer, but it's something that the town would procure or could procure locally to have installed, similar to some of like the signage material that you see on buses these days. That's actually a vinyl material that gets applied to the exterior of the transit bus. I've got more details that go into exactly how it's constructed, but I think that covers most everything. If I can go back up a little bit, I do want to talk about a couple of items that you might have questions about. One is lighting. The lighting that is provided with this unit is a combination of interior and exterior lighting. The interior lighting is blue, and if you wonder why the interior lighting is blue, it's because it tends to deter some illicit activities that might occur inside of the restroom. If folks looking to identify a vein, for instance, will have a hard time seeing that in a blue lighting condition. So this is a case where, again, we've got a facility that has been put into a number of urban environments over the years and has really been fine-tuned and tweaked to try to minimize the problems that can result from making something like this accessible to the general public. The restroom facility will have timed locks on them, and they will be tied into the town's fiber network such that the lock time can be modified as desired. We haven't established a specific time. That's really going to be something that'll have to be worked out in the future. But I would anticipate that the restroom facilities wouldn't stay open all night, but they would likely be open until the late evening, perhaps early morning or something like that, and then shut down for some period of time and then reopened automatically in the morning. Maintenance of a facility is always an issue, and similar to what the DPW does now with the restroom facilities at several town parks, we would likely retain an outside contractor to complete the maintenance of the facilities. And we would expect to have a firm coming on site at least twice a day, if not 3 times per day. Because in order to keep the facilities really up to standard, it does require a regular level of maintenance. And actually, I was going to talk about lighting as well. The exterior lighting is a rope-like lighting that gets hung in the overhang of the unit. It's only a 12-watt LED, so it's not intended to throw a lot of light away from the facility. It strictly shines down and kind of washes the face of the unit. And it actually it dims when the unit's in use. So there's actually a lighting indication of the unit being occupied or not being occupied. But it's very low, as I said, 12 watt tucked up underneath that just washes the face of the building. And let's see, I think that's everything that I wanted to cover. As I said, I know color will be a concern. And you know, I work for the Conservation and Development Department, work under Rob Moore. I don't think we're particularly set on any particular solution in terms of color, but we would like to come up with something that is low maintenance and is not problematic for the town. And if ultimately there were strong preferences to go with a particular color, we wouldn't oppose that.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Board members, I guess I'll open it for comments. Jesse.
Thanks, Doug. I had a couple of questions. First one is about the location. So on our site visit, it struck me that it's right now where it is on the plan, assuming we were standing in the right place, it's in a very open space. So there are some clusters of trees nearby, but it's right between those. And as just a feature in the park, I was wondering what went into that decision rather than trying to tuck it into other visual things that are already happening. Because as it is now, I think it's pretty standalone, not near any of the large trees, very apparent. So maybe you could just tell us about the location choice.
Certainly, and I think you can see the photograph that I pulled up that shows where the proposed location is. It is by design located in an open space, but effectively as close to the street as we can make it at this point, not in the center of the park, so it might impact future use of the open area. So we were trying to leave as much of the park unimpacted as possible. And also not looking to impact any of the large mature trees that are there. So we did want to get it out into an open area. And we did want to put it in an area where the solar panels had the opportunity to receive as much light as they possibly could. But depending on the time of day and the time of year, you know, they may be partially shadowed even at this location. But it would be much more effective than locating it underneath a tree where, again, we have a risk of damaging the tree as well as not operating as effectively.
Thanks.
So I realized that I should have had the site visit report before we got into questions and answers. So 3 of us met Chris Brestrup out there yesterday, Jesse, Fred, and I. Jesse and Fred, do either of you want to do a site visit report? All right, well, I can say that the 3 of us met out there with Chris, and we stood approximately where it is proposed to go on the site. And, you know, the street at the moment, North Pleasant Street along that section is under total reconstruction. Chris described where the sidewalk was going to be introduced and added as a part of that project. We did discuss a little bit the angled parking that was going to be coming as part of that street reconstruction. I think that's most of what we did look at the drawings for the loo itself. Chris mentioned, I think, that the DRB had been interested in maybe not using a standard color. but she did also mention what Bob has said about this particular gray being the most proven graffiti resistant color that the manufacturer was offering. So that's my take on the site visit. Uh, Jesse or Fred, do you either of you want to add anything? Fred.
Yeah, this is not from the actual site plan visit, but something that occurred to me subsequently, and that is whether any discussion. I'm curious if there have been any consideration of locating this closer to the active play area. I have been to this park a number of times with my now 6-year-old grandson, who has figured out how to pee amongst the trees. But it's quite a walk from the active playground to where this is positioned, and I'm wondering if that's practical or what consideration was given to that.
Bob?
Certainly. Let me see if I can get back to kind of the overall plan there. So it is probably in the order of 150, 200 feet. I haven't measured it specifically, but it's not immediately adjacent to the playground. I believe when they located the playground, they did a very good job of tucking it into the existing trees that were located in the area. I believe they only had to take down a couple of trees and were able to keep most of the very large trees that were located there. And for that reason, I would still have the concern about impacting those trees if we were to bring a structure too close to them. This does require underground utilities. It does require installing a frost wall, 4-foot deep, frost wall for the unit to sit on. So we would have the potential to be impacting roots and root systems as part of the installation. And it is a little bit of a, it's a little bit of a trade-off. The restroom isn't intended to serve the playground only. Certainly if it was only desired to, maybe close would be good, but again, people have different ideas about privacy, and, if it's good to put a restroom facility right immediately, adjacent to a group of users, of another facility, or is it better to put it at a somewhat remote location, not remote, but a little bit further removed, and perhaps, maybe have a little bit more privacy. I don't really know, but that was really primarily, we were looking for the open space. We were looking to keep it as far out of the park as possible so that we didn't impact any future development, and put it on a location that was very accessible to anybody that needed to use it.
All right. Bruce?
I had the same thoughts initially as Fred, but when you said what you said about trying to keep it out under the trees, not just for the adverse impact of excavations, not just for the foundation, but also the water line's going to go down 4 or 5 feet too. So that's another thing that happens. I thought that with that and the need to get natural and solar energy in, it all seems as though you've thought about this pretty carefully. And I also thought that this is what, in terms of the product you selected and the way you described it and so forth, this is what good design looks like. So I'm very positive about this. I think, Bob, you and your colleagues have done very well. And I really don't, I had a whole bunch of questions, not a whole bunch, a couple, and then they progressively went away. And so what I have left is really just my compliments to what appears to me to be a job well done. So, and I think all I would add is that I think the gray does sound like the appropriate color here. It's gray is quite fashionable these days among the millennials, it seems. But nonetheless, I think it will. It's a color that probably will in that area recede, and I think if it's also the color that the surface that is most graffiti resistant, and it sounds like these people know what they're talking about when they've done their design and development of this product. So I think it would be prudent for us to adopt that particular gray color. That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, Bruce. Jesse?
Thanks. I had, I guess, some questions about, I mean, you said the timing of it being open is to be determined. I'm quite familiar with the activities there day and night on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And I would imagine if it's left open those nights, it'll be pretty overrun by dozens, if not hundreds of excited young people every evening. And so I assume that's been part of the conversation. Like, can it, I mean, I know it's been installed in urban places and I'm sure it's very heavily used. But does that have implications for how it's managed and if it should be left open? Is that part of the conversation? And I'm not sure that's appropriate for planning board right now, but yeah, I was just really curious how that's going to be handled. I can imagine needing nightly calls by, I don't know if it's police or fire to help when someone's locked in there and not responsive or who knows what. It looked like in one of the pictures there was a little call or a red alarm feature in there. Is that standard? And
Yes.
that's 911 box or something?
It's not tied into the 911, but I can check with IT to see how what could be brought back. I don't, typically fire department master boxes are kind of a standalone emergency response system. But I can double check both with IT as well as the fire department to see what they might recommend.
And really, I was just curious about those aspects because I think it'll be very heavily used if it's left open, starting at 7 to 2 a.m. There's hundreds of kids lined up at the Spoke, frankly speaking, that would run across the street to use it.
And
Thanks.
that's one of the trade-offs there, given the alternative, is it better to have no facility available?
All right. No,
tricky,
sorry, I should have started with, I think it's a great idea. I guess just the management of when it's open might be a larger conversation.
Right.
That's all.
All right. I don't see any more hands at the moment, so I'll ask at least a couple questions. Is this the kind of toilet that makes a sort of whoosh when it operates?
Yes, but not to the extent I just got off of a cruise. It's not to the extent if you're flushed on cruise ships, for instance. They're loud. They'll wake everybody up in the middle of the night, for instance. But I don't believe it's much different. Well, I'd love to say that I flushed one. I have not flushed one, so I don't have any firsthand experience.
Okay. All right.
But I guess they'll create a noise, but nothing like a very loud jet type flush that you see at some locations.
Doug, if I could interject, it seems as it's a gravity fed thing. So really, the whoosh would simply be the flush valve, but there's no pressure or suction involved in this, right?
Correct.
It's a gravity thing.
Correct.
Okay, good. Well, I guess I'm wondering how critical is it to be so close to the sidewalk? And, having just come out of my planning board reappointment interview where I was asked about waivers and, what my attitude is about waivers. Why do you actually need to be 10 feet rather than 15 feet away? It's not obvious to me. And I would think if there's any serious pedestrian traffic on this sidewalk, you might want some separation from the sidewalk as well as from the playground.
It certainly could be moved further away. Right now, I believe we have about 6 feet of clearance off the face of the unit to the sidewalk itself. It's a wide sidewalk. The sidewalk itself is 8 feet wide, so we'd be about 6 feet from the sidewalk and 14 feet from the opposite side of the sidewalk. We could certainly make the pad larger. It would just be more concrete, more impervious area, more, you know,
Yeah.
yeah. And not a significant expense. It just didn't seem to be necessary, quite honestly.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't know how folks feel about this particular waiver, but I'm not clear on really what the purpose is other than to save a few cents on the concrete connection. Nate, maybe you know.
Yeah, I was thinking it's two things. One is, visibility for police when they drive by, so they can see into it. And then the other one is, there's a bigger plan for Kendrick Park, and so I'm just going to share my screen. And so where this was located is right. People can see my cursor right here.
Yep.
Is right about here actually. And so, the idea was that if this could be more of an open lawn, amphitheater, whatever programming space, I mean, you don't want to push that structure too far into the green space. And so I think there was some consideration about, if, Kendrick Park is, continue to be built out in phases, where is the least impact to future design? And so,
Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful information. Wasn't aware of that. I guess we've talked a little bit about the color, and I noticed, Chris, you included at least 3 different minutes from the design review board where they had comments and color was part of their conversation. The last one suggests that they were going to continue talking about this in July.
I don't think they really will continue to talk about it. The only thing that they might talk about is any kind of signs. But my impression was that they voted. In fact, I think the draft minutes of the last meeting show that they voted to recommend a beige color, even though they had talked about the green color.
Okay.
We did provide photographs of those 2 colors that are currently being used in Kendrick Park. I don't know if Pam can bring those photographs up or not. But both of those colors were acceptable to the DRB, but they favored the beige color. But they didn't have the information about the graffiti resistance. So that was something that was just brought to my attention this week by Bob Parent, and I didn't know about that before.
Bear with me, I'm not seeing any of my documents. Hold on. Chris, you should keep talking because I have to try to reload the packet. And hold on.
Okay, maybe Nate could bring it up. Nate is a whiz about bringing things up like by magic.
Well, if I have a minute, I can do it.
yeah. Is that are you trying to show the Dumore colors that match the benches, Chris?
Yeah, well, we had an image of the bench and,
Yeah.
and an image of the picnic table in the packet. So if someone can get to the packet, you could show it.
Yeah, sorry. So I'll just if my screen is my screen visible for everyone?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so we use Dumore site furnishings, and so in the park we have Sudan here for the benches, and the tables are a green. And so at first, the DRB was recommending something green, but we're recommending more of this neutral tone here. And so I could jump to the packet, but these are standard colors for site furnishings. We use black for trash cans typically. And so that's, these are the range right here.
So the gray that Chris was talking about, that's the graffiti resistant color from the manufacturer, does that correspond So that's different than Sudan and the green colors.
It is.
And Nate, you used the word recommended, that you were recommending the Sudan. Is that, Chris, do you share that? Is that in
Oh.
fact a recommendation? Because that's different than kind of I'd gotten the impression.
Yeah, I wasn't recommending that. I think Chris had mentioned the DRB, thought about green, but then they were saying, oh, maybe the color of the furnishings would be, after their memo had been developed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it looks like Pam's going to be able to bring up those photographs of the actual colors of the items in the park.
Oops.
So this one has, if you scroll down, this is the beige color. It's kind of a dark beige, and this is the color of the benches in Kendrick Park,
Mhm.
at least around the playground. And then there's also an image of the picnic table, which is a round picnic table with chairs, and it's a kind of a dark green. I think it's called forest green. Is that right, Nate?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I like the idea of the graffiti resistant, from the manufacturer. I think that color will recede as opposed to having a brighter color or some other color. And so, I will say that even the local historic district, it doesn't regulate color necessarily. So, I would try something that's probably, better long-term for operation and maintenance, and not, and it's a color inside and outside, right, Bob? I mean, it's the whole thing. So it's like, to me, there could be some cost savings to go with the standard one as well.
There would be from a cost, and you're correct, it is interior and exterior. If
That's
you have
great.
any sort of custom paint, typically the manufacturer has to buy that in certain lot sizes. And many times they don't actually fully utilize the full lot. So whereas the paints that they customarily use, they can use them on another installation versus something that's customized just for the town.
So if you were asking me for my recommendation, I think someone did ask me that. I would prefer to go with the gray. I think it will work just fine, and it will recede into the landscape. It's kind of a dark color, and we all know that black tends to recede. So personally, I think the gray will call less attention to itself, and it is graffiti resistant, which I think has a lot of merit.
Okay, thanks. Bob, I was going to ask about the grading around the concrete pad. Is the grade going to be flush with the concrete, or is it possible that there'd be a little bit of a drop off there, that wheelchairs might fall off or something?
Typically you try to set a concrete pad up, minimally probably a half an inch or so. You put some sort of a chamfer or bevel in the concrete. If you don't, you have an issue potentially with soil migrating onto the concrete. So you typically want to set it up just a little bit, but it's, we're well in excess of ADA, sidewalk widths in terms of getting around the
Yeah,
facilities.
I just don't want to have somebody accidentally roll off the edge and
Right.
not be able to get back on. If the drop was 6 inches, I'd be worried.
Right. No, it wouldn't be. The site is essentially flat. We would fit it to the existing grade, as I said, but probably have it up slightly higher than the surrounding ground.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't we see, are there any public comments on this proposal? We still have 7 attendees. Do any of you want to make a public comment about this proposal? All right, not seeing any hands. All right. So Bruce, you've been pretty positive about the proposal, and I haven't heard much from Johanna or Karen or Fred. I know, Fred, you did ask a question or two. So I guess I'll make one last call for questions or comments from some of the rest of you, but otherwise I see Bruce, you've had your hand up, but I suspect to make a motion. And
That's correct, yes. So
and
maybe
Johanna,
or maybe-
Johanna, you put your hand up. Are you here to second, or are you here to ask a question or make a comment?
Well, you're soliciting questions and comments. I don't have a ton of questions, but my comment is that this seems like a need, and it seems like a product that is well designed for the need. And yeah, that's I guess my reaction.
Okay. All right, great. Okay, Bruce, you still have your hand up. You want to make a motion? We've got
Yes.
both a special permit and a site plan review, so we're going to need a couple of different motions, I think.
Oh, you want to do two of them?
Chris
Well,
has her hand up.
And Chris,
Chris is there.
you've got your hand up. What am I missing here?
Well, we did prepare findings and conditions. Do you want to
Mhm.
look at those before Bruce
Okay,
makes his motion?
good.
Yes, probably. I didn't see those, and but it seemed to be so straightforward that an almost unconditional approval. I mean, except for the standard boilerplate conditions. But let's have a look.
So Pam, you want to bring those up?
So there are conditions that are pretty much the standard boilerplate conditions. And the finding for the site plan review would be that it meets the relevant criteria of section 11.24. But then for the special permit, you have to find that it, you have to make findings with regard to footnote A. So if you can scroll down, the proposal, this would be a draft finding. The proposal does not create disharmony with respect to the terrain and to the use, scale, and architecture of existing buildings in the vicinity, which have a functional or visual relationship thereto. The proposal for a 10-foot setback for the prefabricated public restroom structure rather than a 15-foot setback is in keeping with the landscape features in the surrounding neighborhood because it allows the proposed sidewalk along the street to also provide easy access to the public restroom structure. The proposed sidewalk will then continue on to the north to connect to the existing pathway to provide access to the playground. So that was my best guess at what you might use for a
All
finding.
right. Well, I think it's worth mentioning in this that it's consistent with the long-range plan for Kendrick Park by keeping it out of a future area that's proposed to be open for public gathering.
It's consistent with maintaining a high degree of solar illumination and radiation for the PV and the natural lighting dome, and it's consistent with minimizing damage to existing mature trees.
Bob?
I believe reviewing the discussion of the site plan approval of Kendrick Park, I believe there were significant comments about its desire to have a restroom facility adjoining the park or available to the park as part of that approval. So I would say it's also consistent with what the board had previously discussed in the context of that site plan approval.
All of that would be fine with a motion that I might be about to make.
You might, huh?
Unless you cut me off.
Keep
If you
going.
allow me,
Well,
Mr.
let's see if Chris got most of that.
I did. Yep.
All right,
Between
so-
Pam and me, we've got it.
Mhm.
Yep.
All right, all
Yeah.
right. So in that case, I guess not seeing any other hands, Bruce, why don't you continue into your motion?
Well, should I do it as two separate?
Yeah, I think we should do
okay.
site plan review.
So move that the board approves site plan.
Actually, were there any other parts of the conditions for the site plan review? Can you scroll up, Pam?
Yes.
Yeah, I
So
did-
built
I think-
substantially in accordance with the plans, managed substantially in accordance with the plans. Then changes will be brought back for the planning board to decide whether they need to file a new site plan review application. It expires within 2 years. Work should be completed within 24 months and all exterior lights should be downcast. So those are pretty standard.
Okay,
And it complies with section 11.24 as a as a finding.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, Bruce, go ahead. I try not to
So,
interrupt you.
No, that's fine. I love support. Move that the board approve SPR 2410, the Town of Amherst Kendrick Park restroom, with the draft possible, with the conditions as drafted and the findings as drafted, and to close the public hearing, I guess.
All right. Johanna.
I'll second that motion.
All right, thank you. All right, any more comments from the board or public attendees? I do not see any. All right, so we'll go ahead and do a roll call. So, starting with you, Bruce.
Aye.
Fred,
Aye.
Jesse,
Aye.
Johanna,
Aye.
do we still have Karen? Karen, if you are there,
I agree.
thank you. I'm an aye as well. And Janet is not with us yet, I believe. Okay. Would anybody else like to make the second motion? Otherwise, Bruce, go right ahead.
Move that the board approve special permit SPP 2405 Town of Amherst Public Kendrick Park Public Restroom, with the findings as drafted and discussed, and that we close the public hearing.
All right. And Chris, do we need to state that there are no conditions?
That would be fine if you wanted to state that, yep.
All right.
I'm happy to include that in the motion.
Okay. Jesse?
Second that motion.
Great. All right. I guess unless I see any more hands, we'll go right into that vote. Starting with Karen
I
and Johanna
Aye.
and Jesse,
Aye.
Fred,
Aye.
and Bruce,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well. All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks, Bob, for bringing the project to us, and good luck.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so the time now is 7:29. We can go to the next item on the agenda, which is another site plan review. In accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, this public hearing has been duly advertised and notice thereof has been posted. It's being held for the purpose of providing the opportunity for interested citizens to be heard. This public hearing is continued from June 5th, 2024. This is site plan review 2024-08. Applicant is CIL Realty of Massachusetts, Inc. Address is 51 Hunters Hill Circle. Request site plan review approval under section 3.36 of the zoning bylaw, philanthropic or charitable, medical, or residential facility for a change of use and site alterations, including 2 ADA ramps, rear deck, impervious walkway, approximately 150 feet of vinyl privacy fence, and repaved driveway. Parcel 16D-209 in the RN zoning district. All right, do we have any board member disclosures for this project? I do not see any. All right. Looks like Melissa, is it McGowan or, okay, I got that right.
You guessed right.
All right, good. That's an unusual spelling. So welcome back. And I guess you were not at the last meeting. You were the one who was absent and knew the answers to some of our questions.
My apologies. I was on vacation.
That's good. That's a good thing. Okay, so do you want to introduce or reintroduce the project and go through any sort of narrative, maybe touching on some of the things we asked about?
Sure, I'd love to. So we are proposing to renovate the existing single-family home at 51 Hunters Hill from a 3-bedroom house to a 3-bedroom house. We're essentially just adding in an accessible bathroom and an additional bedroom and moving 1 bedroom as an office. Anyway, I believe the issues that came up at the last meeting as the site plan, we're proposing to put in about 150 feet of privacy fencing, repave the existing driveway with the existing footprint, install a generator, and install ADA accessible egress front and back, which means accessible doors with thresholds to accessible landings to a ramp to a hard surface which exits out to the front of the house. And included in that are downcast lights. So that's pretty much the extent of the site plan. I think there were some questions that came up which I responded to. I don't know if those were circulated to you guys. Kind of just answering some technical questions about the generator. It's just a full house Generac generator, pretty standard. We showed the location on the plan. We don't have it in our budget to put a turnaround at the end of the driveway. And I also, Jennifer and Tara are here. They're as attendees, and they are from the agency that is going to be occupying the home, and they can speak to specific questions about the program, the staff, and the residents. I'm not able to answer that with any, well, I shouldn't say accuracy, but they're better suited to speak to that. So,
Okay.
I
Well,
think that's where we're at. So.
Yeah, we do have a letter from you for June 18th where you responded to most of our questions. So, board members, are there further questions or further conversation about some of the issues that we asked about last time, or have the responses we've received here in writing, are those adequate to the conversation, and we can talk about whether we would approve this site plan?
Sorry.
Don't all raise your hands at once. Johanna,
I will confess I have not had a chance to read the letter. The 2 things that I remember, so you can say, don't waste our time, Johanna, but the 2 things that I remember really rising to the surface when we were discussing this was how many cars were likely to be at the residence on any given day, and does the planned driveway arrangement allow for kind of safe entry, turning, etc. So that was the first question. And then the second question came from one of the abutters who just really appreciates the natural feel of the backyard and is like grateful that the vegetation is still going to be there, but was hoping that the fence itself wouldn't just be like a big white vinyl construction that would kind of take away the soft natural feel of that kind of shared backyard area. So again, feel free to direct me to the letter and I'll go track it down real quick. But if those 2 points could be addressed now, I'd appreciate it.
Do you want me to speak to those now?
Yeah,
Or
if
should
you
I?
can,
Okay,
if you
okay.
can, Melissa, yes,
So the
great.
first question about the fence is probably, it's within the setback. So I think the setback is 15 feet on that rear property line. And so it's not our intent to clear out the vegetation at all. It's just to put the fence, 15 feet off the property line and maintain as much, we're not going to clear it out and mulch it, but we're also not going to let it get completely overgrown either. I think it's just kind of, it is what it is as it is right now, plus a white vinyl privacy fence, which is sort of just a standard construction. It's, it's not going to be ugly. It's like I said, pretty standard. And as far as parking, I can't speak to specifics of numbers of cars because as anybody would have at their house, cars come and go. But staff may or may not have cars. There may be 2 or 3 cars in the driveway at any one time. And street parking is permitted. So, that's always kind of the backup. We obviously want to be good neighbors and we want to, keep people on the driveway and kind of maintain the feel as things are. But there's adequate parking now for at least 3 vehicles. It's a very long driveway, so I mean theoretically you could Pez dispenser a lot of cars in there, but that it wouldn't be that way. So
And you also say that the residents won't have cars.
they will not. No.
So it's
So
really
it's really just
it's
staff.
just the staff.
Correct.
Yeah.
And thank you. I just pulled up the letter and I appreciate your responses there.
I guess I'm gonna push you a little bit more about the fence. Does it need to be a white solid vinyl fence, or could it be a black chain link fence?
It's a privacy fence. So
So you want a screen view
correct.
into the yard.
Correct. And it's for, I mean, it's anybody that would put a privacy fence up that is, kind of maintaining the privacy of their property. That's
Okay.
that's all it is, simply.
Right.
Just
Bruce.
I just want to push a little bit to us as a board. It seems that we would, Melissa, I understand it's the staff parking only, and they're coming, and you're going to expect that they can organize themselves at the head of the drive, and they can back down and shuffle and all of that sort of thing. And you note that Rob Morrow is comfortable with that from his point of view as a building commissioner, I guess. It still seems a bit odd to me that we wouldn't ask for a turnaround to be installed for the sort of use that you're proposing, coming and going, a place to, put snow and so forth like that, perhaps, or but you say that your budget is tight, and that if we were obligating you to do that, it would probably add, I don't know, 5 to or more thousand to the budget, and I understand that that's a significant number, I guess. So I'm on the fence about this. It seems to me that we should, as a board, ask for a turnaround to be put at the head of this driveway, but the applicant and the building commissioner are disinclined to think this is critical. What do the rest of us think? I'm AC/DC on this. It seems to me that it's a good idea to do it, but I don't want to cost anybody's budget unnecessarily. But it's one of those things, Melissa, you may think is for year 2, 3, 4. So I don't want to cave automatically, because personally, I think we'd probably ultimately be doing you a favor. But there wouldn't be a favor in your first year, I'm sure. Sounds like. I'm asking for us to consider this. I don't want
You're
us
asking
to
for
not.
folks' opinion. How do people feel about insisting on a turnaround in this project? I guess I'm not feeling as strongly about it as you are, Chris, or Bruce. Johanna, you had your hand up. I don't know.
Yeah.
Before Bruce asked his question.
It's true. I had one thought about the fence but I'm happy to talk for a second. I'm also not inclined to push that hard on the turnaround. It, yeah, it's a 3-bedroom house, and if none of the occupants are gonna have cars, it just doesn't seem like there's, I don't know, we might be like in pursuit of a solution, so like, what is it when a solution is in search of a problem? I feel like it's a little bit that, and that feels unnecessary. On the fence, I wonder whether the applicant has considered a color other than white. Because even that could potentially make a difference for some of the abutters who are trying to preserve the natural feel.
I can say, because of I had this very experience in Springfield, that other colors are available, but at quite a premium. So, wood is always an option, but it's not an option for us. It requires more maintenance. It's not, a white vinyl fence is very clean. You power wash it every year or two. That's what we like to see. Like I said, it's really standard. It's really clean looking. And it's, like I said, it's a privacy fence, so it's serving its purpose. So
Just
we
power
have
wash it on
considered
one
it,
side.
but we don't have the money to put in anything super fancy.
Okay, Jesse? We still have Bruce's question on the floor too.
I was just gonna concur with Johanna. I don't feel a need to push on the turnaround. I think it's fine without. And for the fence, I think is also probably fine. Going with white.
Okay. All right. Looks like we've lost Karen. And I was, Chris, you'd said she may not even have, wasn't even going to come. So, okay. All right. Do we have any members of the public who want to comment on this project? All right. Not seeing any hands raised. All right.
Draft some standard conditions, and also I think there was a very standard finding, if you want to bring those up.
Okay, they should be showing.
These conditions are the same as for the other project. The only thing is that we added a condition about air conditioning units, communication devices, and other outside mechanical equipment to be screened from view and noise muffled with fencing, plantings, or other suitable materials. So they have a generator here, and I didn't know if you wanted to impose this kind of a condition or not.
Is this a gasoline generator?
It is a propane generator.
Propane.
And it's on the side of the house that's kind of the furthest away from the neighbors. It's on the right side of the house.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that makes any difference. It kind of comes like any Generac generator, comes enclosed in its own kind of sound box, but they still make noise, obviously, when they're running.
I assume you test it once a month or something?
Weekly for 5 minutes.
Weekly, okay. All right, Bruce?
And Melissa's provided the decibel rating for this generator, and I could remind or inform the board that the noise level of this generator is approximately equal or less than the noise generated by heat pump water heaters that people often have in their, that have in their houses. So this thing is quieter than the device that people are comfortable or or at least accept installing inside their house. So I think we can be comfortable that this doesn't need any special noise screening.
Okay. I think I would agree with that.
Mr. Marshall, does that mean there's just no noise screening, or should there be visual screening, or should you just not screen this?
Well, I think between Bruce and I, we were advocating for no noise screening. I can say personally, I'm not sure there needs to be any visual screening. It is in its own little box. Do any board members disagree with that and would want to have some visual screening? Okay, I don't see any. There's Fred.
You're muted, Mr. Hartwell.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't feel strongly about this, but I would point out that on a site plan that we did a couple streets over from the street I live on, there was I think it was an air conditioning unit, and I thought it was excessive, but I got outvoted, and the board insisted on screening. And I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander here. Why is this different?
Okay. Do other board members have an opinion about that?
So I'm just gonna jump in. I'm just gonna share my screen because here's the site plan that's
Yep.
Here's the generator, and then here's a Google satellite image. So the generator is here, and so given its location and all the vegetation that's already in front of it, I mean, I think here's a street view. So all this vegetation is in front of it already. I feel like it's pretty well screened. I mean, unless this is being removed, I don't know. There's no indication that it is. I think the difference being, Fred, when it was proposed, the other project, it was highly visible. Here, it's set back quite a distance from the road. I mean, it's like 150 feet or something.
Okay, thanks, Nate, for that supplemental information. Chris.
So I'm hearing delete item 8, delete condition 8.
That would be an motion that I would make if I made it.
Well, I don't know that we had talked about deleting your entire motion. It was really just whether we should include the generator in that equipment. Isn't that right? Does anybody disagree with what I thought we were talking about?
Pam, can you bring the condition up?
Yeah, where'd it go?
Well, Nate knocked it off. There we go.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Here it is, number 8.
Yep. So I think we've decided not to apply it to the generator.
Do you want to keep it for
But
other
when when you read it originally, I don't think anybody objected to including it. Fred, your hand is still up. Is that a legacy?
No, I just wanted to say that I think Nate made the appropriate rebuttal to my comment, and I'm perfectly comfortable withdrawing that objection.
Okay, and since you've got the floor, how do you feel about this condition 8 in general? Do you think we should keep it or just strike the whole thing?
I would consider striking it. I'd like to hear from staff on this, whether there's, and I don't know what else is out there for that number 8 would apply to. This, having looked at the view from the street that Nate provided, I question the relevance of 8 in this case.
Okay, great. Bruce?
I'm not strongly in favor of keeping it, but I'm not strongly in favor of deleting it either, because I think basically that site, I was on the site visit, and it seems to me that things are pretty much screened no matter what because of the vegetation and so forth around it. It's very dense. So I don't think condition 8 would likely require any additional planting for the applicant. But on the other hand, it is a special permit, and putting this in would protect. I mean, if the trees came down or something like that, it's still there, and so then it's a requirement. So I don't think there's a harm in keeping it in.
Okay, this is a site plan review. It's not a special permit.
Oh, I beg your pardon. But still, the trees aren't permanent necessarily.
Right,
So.
I agree. I think eventually they could come down. Jesse?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it seems to meet that condition as is, so I don't think there's any harm in leaving it for future.
Okay. All right. All right, I think we're getting kind of a critical mass of folks who are saying, let's just leave it as is, Chris?
And make a statement that it doesn't apply to the generator, or just leave it.
Well, sure.
Leave the generator out of it because other mechanical equipment is there. I don't think we have to particularly imply the generator.
Right.
So just the way the normal printing is done is what you want to keep, and you want to eliminate the bold italics.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, and then the last condition has to do with trash delivery and the maintenance and landscaping equipment and the hours in which that happens and days. So that looks pretty standard too. All right, and then the findings that we are in compliance, or the project is in compliance with section 11.24. So again, this is pretty simple. Anybody want to change any of these drafts, conditions, or findings? Any? All right. All right, so maybe Bruce, are you going to do another motion tonight?
I was, but if anyone else wants to do it, I just want to move things along. That's all.
Yeah. Well, why don't you do it?
Okay, move that the board approve SPR 2408 for the project at 51 Hunters Hill with the 9 conditions as drafted, and with the finding as drafted, and to close the public hearing.
All right, thank you. Jesse?
I second that.
Thank you. All right, any further comments from board members or the public? All right, we'll go ahead with this roll call vote. All right, Bruce, starting with you.
Aye.
Fred?
Aye.
Jesse?
Aye.
Johanna?
Aye.
And we've lost Karen. So I'm an aye as well. That is 5 in favor, 2 absences. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
All right, good
Have a
luck.
good one. Thank you for your time.
All right, time is 7:56 on my clock. Just in time for our 8 o'clock break. We'll take 5 minutes and come back right after 8 o'clock.
Thanks, Doug.
Please mute and turn off your phone now, and then turn on your camera when you come back, at least so we know you're back.
Jesse,
Hello.
hi. You guys on a break?
Yes, good timing.
Well, I figured that it would be. So what did you guys cover so far?
Both of the site plan, no, the special permit and then the site plan.
How did the Portland Loo go?
Fine, no real issues, some discussion, but got approved with the 10-foot distance from the sidewalk. That was the
I was
main thing.
reading, I was reading they were like
the design review board was debating the color, but I was hoping they would just paint over it, like some kind of cool graffiti or something, or
Paint
like
white, paint over.
Hello, Janet.
I'm muted too. You got muted, Janet.
All right, looks like everybody except for Fred is back. There's Fred. All right, great. And Janet, I see you've arrived, so welcome. Let's see, moving right along. Next, item 5. So the time now is 8:03, and we'll continue with our meeting. We're up to item 5, the open space and recreation plan. So I assume town staff would like to introduce this.
Yeah, I just say a few words of introduction. We had thought that we were going to be submitting this plan by the end of June. And it became clear that we really would do a better job if we spent a little more time on it. And also there were no crucial applications or grant applications that we needed to file that this OSRP would have helped us with. So we've decided to take a little bit easier time, and we're going to be working on it over the summer. Nate has been putting in a tremendous amount of time on this, along with Aaron Jock of the Conservation Department and others in the planning staff. And so Nate will present sort of an outline of what we're doing and give you some a presentation on goals, objectives, and some action items.
All right, thank you.
Oh, and I just wanted to say, eventually we're going to need a letter of support from you. So.
Yeah, hi everyone, Nate Malloy. Yeah, the town has an open space and recreation plan that was from 2017. It expired this year in April. The plan's a requirement to apply for certain funding, state and federal funding. It's an open space and recreation plan, so the focus is, open space conservation and then, active recreation. The state prescribes the plan, and so our current plan is pretty lengthy. I'll show the table of contents in a minute, but essentially all the chapters, the maps, the subsections of the chapters, that's all required. So it's a pretty formulaic document. It's similar to the housing production plan in that it has to meet a state standard to be approved, and then it's valid for a number of years, 5 to 7 years, and it makes the town eligible to apply for funding. And so we're updating the plan. We've been working on it for a number of months, actually, probably like 8 months. With staff turnover, it's been intermittent. We have done a community survey that had about 150 responses. We've done outreach in person at different recreation and conservation areas. That's garnered a number of maybe responses, like 50 additional responses. And then there's been some other feedback. So we have about 200 public comments that help kind of frame the plan. The plan structured, it has like the first few sections are just general information about the town of Amherst, what our departments look like, the amount of open space we have, the inventory of land. And then sections 6 through 9 are the parts of the plan that get into the goals, objectives, and then action steps, and kind of what are you doing with the the background information. And so this is considered an update to the existing plan. And so the existing plan, most of it will remain. And so here's the table of contents. So, an introduction, a community setting that talks about, the history of the town, population, employment, growth patterns, all that will just be updated. And really it's a pretty exhaustive plan right now. I think actually the section 3 community setting is really well done, but it's meant to be really what is it? What's the importance of, say, the settlement patterns in terms of the open space and recreation? And, what's the importance of the employment in terms of, same thing. And so, I think in this version, we're trying to be a little bit more cognizant of, and we mentioned in the plan, but, that we have a daytime population, we have, a university and colleges. And so, we plan for that in terms of even like our recreational facilities. How is that impacted by the population that comes and goes? And, I think in this plan and the previous plan, say from the early 2000s, we would list all the employment. We'd have a big description about it, but not really talk about why that's a factor in planning for open space and recreation. Section 4 is kind of outlining an inventory of the different types of environments in Amherst, flood hazard areas. Again, all this is required by the state. Section 5 is more about our inventory of lands. And so, we've worked with the assessor and the town's GIS department to, create new maps, look at what we've conserved in the last 7 years. And then really the idea is section 6 is community vision. 7 is analysis of needs. And so we take your input tonight. This will come back to you, as Chris mentioned. And then, you can read the current plan and then the draft goals that were sent. We hope to have a draft plan ready in the next 2 weeks. And then, goals and objectives in the 7-year action plan. And so an action plan, supposed to show short-term, long-term steps, who's responsible, and I think maybe funding. And in this, the state asks, when we apply for funding, where in the plan did we mention, say we want to put a new playground at Groff Park? And it should be mentioned somewhere in the action plan. It should also be referenced somewhere else in the plan. And so if we can say that, certain action items were referenced a few times in the plan, it strengthens our applications. And so we've taken the approach in the past that our goals are broad, our objectives are broad, and our action steps might name many things at once. So it's not, some communities might say, their one goal is to get the community pool. Well, we have a few pools. And so typically our goal, an objective or an action step might say the pools, and it might say a few of them. And so we don't want to limit ourselves to possibilities. Recreation is taking a more active role in this, especially now we have a recreation department. And so in terms of the inventory and needs, they also did a survey this winter that had a few hundred responses as well in terms of what their program needs could be. And so that helps with this plan. And so, all told, we've had hundreds of responses that helped inform the draft goals and objectives that we can talk about tonight. And so we have 6 goals right now. They could change. Each goal has an objective. And then right now they have action items are listed underneath. But essentially in the plan, it would be a goal, an objective, and under each objective, we'd have to have a number of action items specific to that objective. So we can't, it wouldn't be in the format that it is tonight. So, if you have 6 goals, you have 5 goals, or 5 objectives for each goal, and then you have 5 action items, all of a sudden you're talking about 150 action items that are enumerated in the plan that all has to have, pretty detailed explanation. So it does grow exponentially, you know, depending on how much you have. I'm not saying that to limit what we're doing, but most plans have anywhere from like 3 to 6 goals, you know, 3 to 6 objectives per goal, and then just, you know, a few action items. And so, you know, the first goal we have right now is strategic connections between open space, parks, and recreation areas as village centers. And so, you know, what we've learned in the surveys and everything is we have a lot of protected open space and parks, but really, you know, making connections there, whether it's off-road, in-road, bike routes, you know, what can we do there? You know, and there's other barriers too. It could be public transportation. And so, you know, this is one goal. There's a few objectives here and then action items. And so, you know, through the public information gathering, this was something that was really stressed. It's something the towns try to work on. You know, I know Kestrel Trust and others have also done some things about getting, you know, trailheads and locations where they can be near population centers. And so, you know, here, that's one big goal. If we want to go through the objectives, we can. I just want to hit the bigger kind of draft goals. And these haven't changed too much from the current plan. So I think the current plan is a good point of reference. Like I said, it'll be, you know, it's being used as kind of the backbone for the update. The second goal, and they're not in priority order, is protect and increase biodiversity, watershed lands, and critical natural resources. So again, there was a lot of public feedback about, you know, watershed lands and areas that are, you know, say unique to Amherst in terms of natural resources. And so it could be, you know, building out, acquiring strategic pieces around Lawrence Swamp in our watershed lands and neighboring towns. And then, you know, also managing conservation areas or open space for habitat as well. So, you know, that's you know, one of the bigger goals. And then, like I said, you know, objectives can be, you know, acquisition and management of watershed properties. And then typically under that, an action item in the plan would be, you know, could be like prioritizing unprotected parcels, you know, mapping unique resources. And so we'd have action items specific to that objective. The third goal is a big one. Incorporate climate resiliency, sustainability, public awareness, equity, and inclusion in all recreation and open space programs. And so, you know, this is something that is perhaps implicit in the current plan, but we'd like to call it out a little bit more. And, you know, and there's a number of things here. Some of it is just kind of the public outreach and education to let people know what we have, where they can go, how they can use it. You know, we have a dog park now. You know, we have a bike share program, and, you know, in some of the point and place surveys that staff had done, people weren't aware of even some of the things we have. And so, you know, how do we highlight those, and then how do we get more people using what we have? And so, you know, for instance, Puffer's Pond could be used as a cooling center. It could be, you know, make sure that there's public transportation serves it year round. And so, you know, things like that. And you know, like I said, we try to write the goals so they are broad. There's the last one is specific, but I think, you know, these are, you know, meant to then be kind of refined with the objectives and action items. The last goals 4 and 5 mirror each other. One is maintain, enhance, and expand parks and recreation areas. I think the focus here is really on, you know, maintain and enhance. And so, you know, make things more accessible, improve facilities, you know, maybe add small, like we said, neighborhood parks here as an objective, but really the focus isn't on necessarily, you know, creating and buying more land for parks, but managing what the town has. And then for open space and conservation, it's the same thing: maintain, enhance, and expand open space and conservation areas. And so, you know, the town's becoming more strategic about its acquisition of open space. You know, we had for, I think, 42 or 45 years applied for a land grant every year to acquire land, whether in fee or conservation restriction. And that stopped a few years ago. And we've been, you know, we don't apply every year now. If, you know, if, for instance, we think that maybe the project could wait, or we could try to have a combination of land conservation and housing. And so, we're having kind of broader discussions and it being a bit more strategic about, land. The town is still acquiring land, but, if someone offers 5 acres and it's not connected to anything, it's, not near a wildlife corridor, it's already surrounded by development, is that really a key, property to acquire? Or are we looking at, land adjacent to, existing conservation areas or that are near, the streams and rivers in town? And so, I think that for this goal, we have a few objectives and some action items. It could be expanded. Now, goal 6 is something staff hasn't necessarily talked about, but it's something that was mentioned a lot in the survey responses, is addressing off-leash dogs and, all over town. So this was put in here. My opinion, this could be an objective under a goal, but maybe there was enough of a, enough public opinion on this that it should be its own goal. That's pretty specific. And so here it is. And there's a few objectives and action items under that. I think that we looked at Deerfield has updated their plan recently. Gloucester has one. There's a few other communities we looked at examples. Gloucester had some similar goals, and one of theirs may have been specific about, increasing access and, maintenance of beaches and public beaches, because that's important for their community. And so, maybe this off-leash dogs is important for Amherst. Generally, these goals are, like I said, kind of appropriate for the plan. The idea is the objectives could be refined and then action items added to. So in the existing plan, we have, let's see if I can jump, if this will still work, That's supposed to be an active, an active link to jump down to that. So I'm just going to do a quick scroll. We have an action plan map, but this is what the action plan looks like. So it's a multi-page chart with, the goal up top, an objective and action items with responsible entities, funding, and completion timeline. And so, what was shown to you is really, a draft that will have to then be not necessarily put in this format, but have all these categories, who's responsible for completing it, possible funding, and a timeline. So if the plan is a 5 to 7 year plan, is it, 1 to 2 years, 2 to 4, or longer? And so, what we've done here in the current plan is, we have a lot of action items. And, some of that, like I said, is we want to be able to prepare for possible funding opportunities. And so we don't want to be so specific in this plan that we don't mention something that could be a priority in 2 years or 3 years. And so we're looking to, the Conservation Commission is actually discussing this too tonight. Recreation Commission has talked about it. They're going to do that again, and also seek public comment at their meetings, and really hope to have some more objectives under each of those categories on the plan in terms of what recreation sees as needs and as trends and goals for moving forward objectives. So for a long time we had a skate park in the plan. I'm not sure a skate park is, maybe it's still a big one. Maybe not. We have outdoor pools. Do we really need another one? Or maybe it's about, maintaining them and expanding programming, getting public transportation to pools in the summer. And so, I think the overall goals are pretty similar to some of the ones we have in the existing plan and we've used for the last few plans, but some of it is that the action items and objectives will change as, needs and trends change. We're an aging population, so some of it also is about, accessibility, different circuits or programs that could happen, or, exercises that we could have at different parks or areas. And so, all those things will be action items in the plan that try to anticipate what we think, could be done. And it's not, I don't want to say it's a wish list, but, we've probably implemented a number of things in the plan, but, like I said, if you saw that, there's, hundreds of action items. And so staff does use it to help apply for grants or prioritize, capital needs and conservation and recreation. But, it is a lot in there.
So Nate, what do you want from us tonight? Are you just doing this overview, and then at some point in the future, we'll see a more detailed plan? Do you want some comments on what you've shown us, or?
Yeah, I think, like I said, in the next 2 weeks, we'd like to have a draft plan that would be made public, and the staff could read that and or share that with you. I think for tonight or after tonight could just be, looking at the goals and objectives. Are there, and you could send comments to staff individually, but are there any gaps, or is there something that's like, okay, wow, what your understanding or what you hear, or what your impression is, like, although we've had, a few hundred responses here, and, recreation's had some, there's, we did have, for instance, it may have been, a lot of respondents were the same kind of demographics. And so, did we miss some, or do we not hear from certain demographics, or anyway, so some of it would be, as planning board members, what are you hearing in the community? What do you see? And as Chris mentioned, the state has listed the planning board, the regional planning agency, and the town manager as 3 entities that have to, I don't know if it's like approve the plan or support it, and then write a letter when we submit it to the state saying that, you support it, its general goals. We also have the Conservation Commission and Recreation Commission do the same. And so, but the requirements are the regional planning agency, planning board, and town CEO.
Okay, so you'll probably get a couple comments now, but
Right.
we could send our comments to you and Chris just over the next couple of weeks.
Yep. Yeah, and when we have, like I said, that draft plan, we'll send it out too.
Okay. Johanna.
Great, thanks. Nate, really appreciate looking at this. My question is, when I think about goals are like getting a particular thing done on a specific timetable. And when I read this, there's a lot in here. And there are parts of it that almost feel more like a vision than goals. And so I guess my question is, are there actual, like, is the idea, these are the goals for the next 5-year period or the next 10-year period? Or is it more like, wow, this would be great if we could do all this? Do you understand my question?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a 7-year plan. And so really the goals would be, 7 years. I don't, I think, and yeah, I think some of it would be, like I said, we want to keep them a little broad just because, the state wants this format where we have goals, objectives, and action items. And so if a goal is so specific that then you can't have objectives or action items underneath it, then it won't follow that format. So, currently we have 6 goals in the plan. And the first one is increase recreational, active and passive opportunities near village centers and other appropriate areas to serve a variety of users and needs. The second goal is improve stewardship and management of conservation lands, trails, and recreation areas. And so, we've kind of reworked them. We really staff tried not to look at the existing goals at all and objectives in writing the draft that you saw, just to say, okay, well, based on all the feedback, what would we say are kind of new goals? But then, we're probably going to go back and kind of ground truth it a little bit with what we already have in our plan.
All right, Chris?
So Nate had mentioned to me that he thought it would be a good idea if you all read the existing plan. And I want to know if he still thinks that's true. And if so, where can the planning board find the existing plan?
Well, it was in the packet, but I think, for now, if anything, sections 6 through 9 are really the part that the state wants updated, and that section 6 is kind of the community vision and outreach process. And then it's community needs, the goals and objectives, and the action plan. And so if you were to focus on anything, it's 6 through 9. And, you could read what we have. I'd read it kind of lightly. And then, anticipate a newer draft coming out. So then you can see what's changed. But, I think the existing plan has a really great, community setting section, and, great information about demographics. And we're updating that. I don't, you can read it, but I don't, like I said, to me, the point of all those sections are really, the settlement pattern of Amherst has influenced where open space is and say where we have certain parks and recreation. I think sometimes in our current plan, we actually have more information that isn't germane to the open space and rec plan, right? Like we list the top 10 employers down to the number of employees, like 52.5 FTEs. Like, well, to me, it's like, what is the point of that if it's not related to kind of open space and rec planning? So in the new plan, we're not going to have a table that, lists those, in that detail. We still list employers, but by industry category using a state website, not, anyways. So I would focus on 6 through 9 if you're going to do anything.
Okay. Pam, I see your hand. You are muted.
Nate, I don't believe that was in the packet. I
Oh,
don't
the
believe
current plan wasn't?
No,
No.
Oh, sorry. I downloaded. I downloaded and had it in all my PDFs open for tonight. I guess I must have just downloaded it from the website. If you went to the conservation department, on the left-hand side of the screen in the red banner, it says open space and rec plan, and then it has its own web page. I think if you just keyword search the town's web page, you could write, 2000.
Can we just send them a link?
Yeah, we can send the link.
All right. Bruce.
I thought Jesse was ahead of me. Oh, he's not got his hand down.
Yeah, his hand's
So I mean, if this is a process question, Nate. I think if I were thinking about this on a 7-year, rotation, I guess I would start by asking what is the trajectory of change in the town over the past 7 years and anticipated through the next. And, the student population is getting a little bigger, perhaps. The population is getting older, so that dog leash thing makes sense to me because there's more older people who are I mean, I feel that in a lot of my friends, so I understand why that's there, and I can understand that that's a change that's happening. And so I suppose, is it true to imagine that that's where you start with these things on a 7 to 7 year basis, and you look and I identify the way in which, or things that are changing in town, how the town is evolving from one thing to another. I know, for example, when we did the comp plan years ago, over a 200-year period, we noted that the town used to be a agriculturally focused town, and then 120 years ago, it was an industrial focused town. And in the last 50 or more years, it's been an education focused town. So this town has changed dramatically over 200 plus years. And so if you collapse that down into a 7 year by 7 year slice, I guess I would want to know that this plan was, that the evolution of these plans would be starting with that kind of analysis of how is the town changing? What are the significant differences between the town now and 7 years ago and 7 years hence? Is that methodology fundamental to the way which you're thinking, or the town is, or the drafters are thinking about this plan?
Yeah, like I think, the goal, say, for open space is, not so much acquisition. So a previous plan was more about acquire land. That was really stressed. And so, the current plan and then the new plan is more about stewardship and maintenance of existing land, less about, say, just acquire. And so, some of that, is there. I think with the recent drought and, what's happening with the weather and kind of the disruption to, weather patterns, there's a lot of comments about, water supply protection and, making sure that that's adequately, preserved. And so, that's something that's coming out. I think, yeah. So I think to me that the goals may outline that. I think goal 4 or 5, whatever it was, or 3, in terms of climate resiliency and inclusion is important. I think more some of the objectives will get at that, right? So to me, it's kind of like our housing production plan, we're updating that right now too. We need housing, like we needed housing in 2013, like we needed it in 1990. So, but really it's maybe now more about, right, like what types of housing. Maybe it's, housing that people can age in place in, or maybe it is more senior housing. And so when we looked at the goals for the open space and rec plan, some of it is that, and we're hoping that the recreation department, for the needs and trends, we base it on, we have to use the statewide open space and rec plan and the National Park Service standards. And so we look at what they say are needs and trends, and then what we hear locally. And so that influences where we are in terms of our objectives and our action items.
Okay.
Janet?
Does Chris want to go first?
I don't know. Chris, you have your hand up?
I just wondered if what Bruce was suggesting was some sort of narrative about how the town has changed over the last 7 years, and kind of a general, broad sweeping narrative about that. And maybe that would be a good idea to see if we could incorporate that into one of the earlier chapters. And, we could just sort of talk about it in-house and come up with some broad sweeping statements about that. I think that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, we do it in parts. So we in growth and development patterns, and then in community setting in the beginning, we have we talk about what's happened in the last 7 years and kind of where we are. But I think we could re-examine that just to make sure it covers everything, to Bruce's points.
I was thinking more as a statement of methodology, but also as a kind of a preamble, and it could be an introductory preamble to every plan, which says here's what's different, here's how we're thinking. And you identified a few things, and so it seems real that the climate is forcing things a little differently, age is forcing things, the university population is growing, we've got a new school that's just about to come online. I mean, you could probably add a few things that would explain why the drivers for how this plan is changed from the last plan. And I think that would be a good preamble that would help agencies and so forth that are looking at the new plan, and they would understand that you weren't just you weren't just cranking out something that was the same as last time with a few. So I wouldn't bury it in item by item, burying it in the plan. I would put it all out and put it at the front so people are impressed by what you're doing.
Yeah, section 1. I mean, the very first beginning does that. It, it'll get there.
Okay. Janet?
So I'm thinking about this. I think that the town has done a lot of great work on improving recreation. Like we have that dog park. The Kendrick Park playground is beautiful. Groff Park got renovated, and the Spray Park, which is in heavy use, from what I can see. And then Hickory Ridge, we're building new trails that are accessible. And then the Fort River Fields are getting a huge upgrade. And so I think, I don't know if you're going to mention that, but it seems like to me, a lot of the things that were in the plan and some things that weren't in the plan, have really, there's been a lot of progress and improvements. So I just think we should take a second and recognize that. I had some just very specific things. I haven't read the open space plan for like 7 years or something, but one of them is, I think objective 3 was like increasing the budget for maintenance. And I think that's a huge need. And I think, I talked to the DPW guys, and, there's just not enough people maintaining trails or the parks or different, other public spaces. And I know that the conservation department is doing trail maintenance, and, and in my area, we can expect 1 mow of a trail a year, which isn't enough. And so I also know people in my neighborhood, are really interested in doing kind of plans for conservation land or recreation land, and they would help plan the plans and maybe implement, be a citizen group of maintaining stuff. And I know if that's, so I think maintenance has to be really highlighted as a huge need and a focus in the town, and that means money. And it's just, it has to be money. So I wouldn't really have deleted it as objective 3 or a goal, you know, I would think that's a big goal. I think a very achievable thing we could do is to create maps of trails in the parks, because someone showed me one about all the different trails in Amherst, and I think we used to distribute that. And I know that, you know, we built like the, is it the Sweet Alice Trail? We did that, you know, whole trailhead entry. I think we could really increase the use of the trails and bring people, more and more people to town. And I'm always saying, you could just walk around Amherst like 8 hours. You know, we have miles and miles of trails. And so I think that would be a great way of making the trail system more known and accessible with a good map, and also the parks, because they all sort of link up. I wondered about the bicycle lanes. Like, there was no discussion of on-road bicycle lanes. And so I think there was talking about bicycle access like on trails, but I think that we have to sort of tie this into the need for, you know, protected bicycle lanes so people can get from East Hadley Road to Groff Park. You know, we've done that, right? But that has to happen all over the town, of how can people get from village centers or from their apartment or their things to a recreational area. And so I would not just limit it, I would say on-road bicycle lanes. And then another idea I had, I mean, I just have to say, we have to put our dogs on leashes, because my dog has been attacked several times in the last weeks by off-leash dogs. So I think that's super important. And then what was the other one? I didn't really understand why we were trying to like increase the watershed areas and not the biodiverse areas. Like, it seems to me that areas of high biodiversity need more of a buffer and more protection. And then I began to wonder, are they just overlapping? So that was kind of a question. I think that's my hit list. I think that's it, but I wondered if biodiverse areas just overlap with watershed areas.
I mean, yes and no. I think they do, but you know, there's also areas that can be, you know, outside watershed lands that, you know, are also like biomap and critical natural resources. And so, you know, but they can overlap. And so, you know, right now the town did just acquire, you know, it was like 11 acres or something, you know, in Shutesbury. So, you know, it's not, you know, most of our watershed land is pretty well protected, but our watershed lands in, say, Pelham and Shutesbury, you know, up there's no public water or sewer. And so depending on what well and septic happens, you know, we really have to make sure the watershed lands are protected. It's not at the expense or, you know, precluding any, you know, acquisition of lands that are, you know, have a lot of biodiversity or, you know, the state has a number of mapping tools. So some of it is just, you know, looking at all of that and coming up with a plan. I will say that, you know, this is one plan in town. The historic preservation plan was just updated by the commission. We have a bike ped plan that PVPC had done a few years ago. You know, we have, you know, a transportation plan that's now, you know, almost 10 years old, or maybe it is 10 years old actually. And so there is probably redundancy in a lot of these plans. The idea is that this would be incorporated into the master plan, and then the master plan is going to get updated in the next, you know, 5 to 6 years, we'll say. But yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, say in terms of like, you know, in-road or, you know, bike connections. Yeah, I think we'd have to make sure we're not, you know, saying only off-road, right? It's also any kind of bike, you know, bike transportation. I think the mapping thing is really interesting. I've talked about this with IT, that we have so much information online with GIS, but sometimes it's nice to have almost like a simple map, like a PDF map. It's not interactive, of just, you know, say, right, trails, schools, and recreation areas, and trailheads is really important. So we've done some work on the parking areas. And so when we did the bike share program, we really like the maps that's at those stations, kind of the format. And so we've talked about, could we kind of adapt that to have, you know, even if it's like 1 or 2 maps, but have those available in a lot of places and online, and so people can see them and use them, you know, and they become, you know, put on kiosks, and it's just, you know, you can see it and understand it. Because it's sad when people say, oh, I didn't realize, you know, right, we have over 80 miles of trails and they're not even sure how to get to one.
Yeah. So I guess my specific recommendation is to 1B, add the bio map areas and core habitat for expansion, or protection. So those might be acquisition areas because of their ecological importance. So I wouldn't just limit it to the wetland, not the wetlands, the water resources. So I know they're often overlapping, but if there's not, that should be a real focus for acquisition or protection. So, but I think those maps would be just, people would just love them, you know, they would just love them.
Right. And I guess we can send you other comments in the next couple of weeks and we'll wait to see the new draft of the plan.
Yeah, I mean, if you, right, if, you know, in the next 2 weeks, if you read the current plan or the draft goals that we're sending, you have ideas, you can send them along.
Okay. Bruce?
Just a question, Nate. Is it appropriate? I mean, I read through these action items and so forth, and of course, I guess I hadn't studied the plan very carefully before, and I thought of 2 or 3 action items that I thought could be on there, but I certainly didn't think it was appropriate to start telling publicly saying all of my own action items that the things like might be good in North Amherst and so forth. But would it be appropriate or inappropriate? Is it okay for me, for example, to send you some suggestions of things that look like they might be important or could be important for your consideration? In other words, it's virtually a public comment on the plan. It's not really something related specifically to us as a board. But
Oh,
since I'm looking at it, can I do that, or is that not fair?
No, I think that's fair. So, you know, for instance, you know, a lot of the public comments may have focused on a few things, and when staff has met, we said, you know, the public may not know what else there is, right? And so, you know, like if no one's mentioning green infrastructure downtown, right? How can we try to manage stormwater on site more in urban areas? And you know, it's difficult to do, but maybe that becomes something we put in the plan. We've been talking about, say, certain things like that. And even if it's not mentioned a lot in the surveys or in the public feedback we're getting, it's something important that, you know, as part of new stormwater regulations that are coming out, it's something that, you know, staff's been, you know, going to trainings on. Okay, how do we put that in the plan? And so, you know, what we have here in the draft is, like I said, trying to distill information from the surveys and what staff has said, but we're, you know, open to getting more, you know, ideas for objectives or action items. So
yeah, well, for example, North Amherst Community Farm Incorporated and Zave Zoback have been talking about creating a trail through the middle of North Amherst from the conservation area at Pine Street all the way up to Eastman Lane, and it has to do with getting permissions, or there's a certain process for liability eliminations for private property owners who would, you know, through whom this would transact. So it's a rather nice idea, but I don't see it as an action item specifically, and I think maybe that would be a good one. There's a couple other things like that I've been involved in that appear not to be there, but maybe they are. But that's what I would be sending you.
that's fine. Yeah, you know, what you're talking about, I think, is in the current plan. I know for a while I had actually, like 10 years ago, we had looked at that because I think, you know, cyclists also wanted an off-road connection. So we talked about going, you know, through Eastman all the way up to Pine Street, you know, between the two, you know, East Pleasant and North Pleasant. But that's fine. If other members have comments like that, that's fine. And it can become an action item, right? Maybe it becomes less specific about that area, or maybe it is, but then we realize we can extrapolate it and say, okay, we need more off-road connections between, you know, in North Amherst as well as South Amherst here. And so, you know, maybe we add to it as part of an action item. I think that's acceptable.
Well, some of these are quite specific. I mean, building a bridge across the Hickory, you know, building across a bridge across a creek. You know, so they're a particular creek in a particular place. So it was very specific. So I thought, well, goodness.
Yeah, no, they are. I think
is the name of the game here.
Yeah, some are. Sometimes I'd like to say that one for Hickory is also like, again, what we've done typically in the past when we get to the final plan, we'll say, you know, improve, you know, bridges, and then we might say Hickory and, you know, like Mill River, Cushman, or whatever, and just throw a few extras in there, because if we apply for funding and we literally do not have that mentioned, the state, you know, will miss out on a point or two on an application. So, you know, like I said, we might add a few more things to each of those action items to make sure it has enough. But.
Okay. All right. I don't see any more hands. Thanks, Nate, and we'll look for the next draft. All right, the next topic on our agenda. Time is 8:45. Topic number 6 is University Drive Potential Housing Overlay Zone. Continued discussion. All right, Nate, maybe you're the one to introduce the materials that were in our packet.
Sure, yeah, I will say that the housing subcommittee of the planning board met, I guess it was just this week. It seems like it was longer ago, and talked about it. And so, Jesse could summarize that discussion a bit. In the packet, there's 2 versions. So after the last meeting, the planning board staff discussed, what's an option to take. And, I think there's, so what we have is 2. One is a mixed use focus, we'll say, and one is housing focused. I'd say, 90% of the bylaw is the same in both. There's a few key differences. So in the mixed use one, the only thing that's allowed in the overlay is a mixed use building. And then, there's no distance from the corner or anything. And then we've defined mixed use differently in that it's 75% of the street facing facade to a depth of 24 feet. So essentially it's saying that, every building has to have a mixed use component for most of its, ground floor or, street facing facade. We did put an extra 6-story in there and only added a few feet to height. So, we've in all of our versions, we have a pretty generous floor to ceiling ratio. So even 65 feet for 6 floors, is the building commissioner and staff feel like that's, adequate to have 6 floors. There is no waiver for that. In the current bylaw, the way we define height, mechanical equipment, is not included, or a parapet wall isn't. So, there could be things higher than that. We do have provisions for things to be stepped back from the buildings to be screened or not visible. So, I think that's a change in both, is this extra story, something to discuss, this mixed use component, and then which is different than 30% gross floor area. And so in the mixed use one, we said if the idea really is to have a vibrant streetscape, let's just say it, right? We want everything up along the street. And it may actually end up being more than 30%. It could be less, but really what we're trying to do is get most of the street facing ground floor to be activated. And then we, rework kind of the open space piece with that pedestrian path on the west side to really call that out in both versions. The other version is, I'll say it's a housing, can prioritize housing in that it still allows apartments and social dormitories, beyond 500 feet of the intersections of Amity, and Route 9 and Northampton Road. So, that's something that had been in there. We eliminated at one point we said, oh, maybe there'd be a lower mixed use percentage if it was beyond 500 feet. But, basically we're saying that within, 500 feet of the intersection, you still are required to do mixed use, but on the interior, so for about 1,000 feet along University Drive, you could do apartments or social dormitories. Again, adding a 6th floor. And, I think, staffs, I think there's benefits to both. I think, at the discussion last time with the planning board and the housing subcommittee, some of it is, let's try to get what we would want. And then I think also, I think this actually would be a good test, right? So we have a council form of government and we say we can act quicker on zoning amendments or changes. But for instance, if we did adopt something or move this forward and it was adopted and, after a year it's not used, we could figure out why. Or if we have a project that we don't like, then I would say, well, let's change the overlay, right? And so that's something that has been said, and I'd like to say that we could actually follow through with that. And so, with that, I'm saying, well, my preference would be if the planning board were to adopt something tonight or to vote to recommend something to council, I'd want it to just be one. There was some discussion about would the planning board recommend 2, but I'd say recommend one version, and maybe it's the mixed use version. And let's just say it's the mixed use version. We could talk about, um, the 6th floor or parking or whatever else. And then we could talk about that. I will say at the housing subcommittee, under parking, I would add a few more bullets. I'd require the submittal for every project of a utilization study and a parking management plan. And so I think there had been a bullet in there in a previous version. It was lost in the current one. It would be brought back. And that way the planning board, these are all site plan review uses, would actually understand what is the parking. And so then the developer would still have to, describe what their need is and what they would want. And so, for instance, if they don't think they need parking for residential units, they would show it, and then maybe a condition would be that the lease agreements have to say there's no parking spaces available. And it's different than the current bylaw where the planning board has to agree with the developer's utilization. Otherwise, they still have to provide parking, right? You could deny waivers. And so really what we're saying is there's no parking requirements here, but they still have to show something to get at, what they're thinking is the right level of, right number of parking spaces. And I think it's a balance. Barry's project on 422 Amity is applied for site plan review. And I think during that discussion, the amount of mixed use and units and beds and everything, it all works together in terms of parking. And so, the housing subcommittee talked about, what is the right mix. And I think given the location of University Drive and, that there's no on-street parking, it's not as if it's in the downtown parking area, municipal parking district. I think each project will talk to its neighbors, but really parking has to be located close to the project, or they could come up with some other ideas. But it's really then incumbent on the developer, if they think they have a successful project, to determine what is the right parking. And so we're not, this approach may not be used elsewhere. I might argue that this could be used everywhere in town, because really the benefit would be private parking, shared parking. So we eliminate the shared parking provision, and it's been in there because the best thing would be for private property owners to get into their own agreements to manage it. And they have a management plan that is on record with the town, but we don't need to go in and negotiate and monitor parking. And so we've talked about that downtown where, we'd facilitate private to private agreements, but we'd be the enforcement agent, which becomes, really cumbersome with, many different parties. It actually would be more efficient if, say, one developer and one, two private properties discuss how they can share parking between themselves, which actually has happened on University Drive now. And it seems to work pretty well. So yeah, I mean, that's where we are. I could share my screen. I can share my screen eventually, but really it's these two versions. I think we could maybe, Doug, quickly just say if people are leaning to one version or the other, and we could just then focus on that. Or if we want to just kind of open it up in terms of what we think is beneficial. But the hope was to get to the planning board to a vote tonight on, one version.
Yeah. Chris, I see your hand.
Yeah, I wanted to just explain what the meaning of that is. If the planning board
meaning of
voted to
what?
recommend one of these, is it okay to talk?
Yeah, the meaning of what?
The meaning of what Nate just said. If the planning board voted to recommend one of these two documents, what would happen is it would go to town council, and we would make a presentation, or you would make a presentation before town council and say that you think this is a really good idea and that you want it to be a zoning amendment, a proposed zoning amendment. And then if town council thought it was a good idea, if a majority of them did, then they would take it upon themselves to refer it to the planning board and to the CRC for public hearing. So that would start a process. So I just wanted to let you know that that's kind of what we're imagining for this, and that's, it would get the ball rolling.
And so that's similar to what sort of started with the solar bylaw. I guess that didn't originate with us. That originated with the working group. So this is not the same as the solar bylaw proposal.
No.
Okay. Well, I guess I was hoping we could vote on this sometime soon. We've been talking about it all spring. I do have a few questions myself, so I'm hoping we can have some conversation. Jesse, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. I was just going to add that I think the only thing the subcommittee was in complete agreement on was trying to move it forward, hopefully tonight.
So did
Um,
the subcommittee see both of these, or is
Yes.
this the first you've seen them?
We saw both and we discussed and we went back and forth a little. There was one suggestion of putting both forward. There was more discussion. I don't think we really landed on all agreeing on just one. Maybe we can get there tonight.
Okay, great.
I think two of the main pieces of disagreement were around the parking requirement and any requirement for different types of housing within the units, which I think is not currently in either one.
Okay. Nate, I guess if I can ask you at least a couple of questions. The mixed use only proposal, you said earlier that you were redefining mixed use. It doesn't look that way. It looks like you have two additional bullets that add to what I guess is the standard definition of mixed use in the rest of the bylaw. It says with the following additional requirements, and I'm not seeing where mixed use is said to be redefined.
Oh, well, we wouldn't use the 30%. It would only be that 75% of the facade.
So you don't say anywhere that the 30% of the standard bylaw is not applicable.
Right, right. I mean, I guess we could. The idea is that all right. Yeah, I mean, the building commissioners, assume to understand that that's previously we had said that the overlay will have its own, definitions and standards. And so that's, his, I guess, maybe we're just into it too much to see that, it's
Yeah, I
not
just
clear.
think with the following additional requirements suggests that it's in addition to whatever else there is out there, and
Right.
that's misleading me.
Okay.
And then the other proposal, the housing focused one, does utilize the existing mixed use definition, including the 30%, right?
Right. Yep.
Okay. Okay. That was my immediate questions. Janet?
I'm actually confused. I thought that under the mixed use proposal, it would be 30% of the first floor, but requiring that there's 75% of the street facing facade be on, be, whatever the front is, 75% would be, commercial or retail space. So I didn't realize that we were deleting the 30% at all. So I'm not sure I'm not on the housing subcommittee, but I'm not sure if everybody understood that. I think we also did talk a lot about that sixth floor. Some people were against it and some people thought that if it is added, there be some kind of give back, like more inclusionary zoning or something, or be step back. So.
Okay. Are there other comments? I think what I'm wondering is whether we should, at some point before the evening is over, just have a straight up or down vote on both of these to see, do these have legs? And maybe it's a non-binding vote if we still want to tweak it, but can we focus where we're thinking? Okay, so Jesse.
Sure, I was also going to add that we also discussed or recognized that this is the beginning of the process that Chris just laid out for us. And so that maybe we don't need to be too prescriptive right now because there will be a lot of public comment before it comes back to us again, really, whatever we put forward.
Okay.
So that was the general sense also on the subcommittee, I think.
All right. Bruce? Bruce, you are muted.
Apologies. With that in mind, I was going to propose or move that we favor the mixed use And I won't even qualify it about whether it is inclusionary zoning or not. And it does have 6 floors, so it's that. It has a parking as there's no prescriptive parking. I think I would like during the subcommittee, Nate, you said that you would make clear the bullets and so forth. There's a couple more bullets, so but you can put that in if you choose. But I'm with Janet. I might think that having the 30% GFA, because I think I asked you, because you've got one of them with the 30% ground floor area, which is an area criterion. And then in the other, you've got a linear criterion, which is 70%, 75% of the frontage. But for the moment, I'm going to just propose that we favor the mixed use and see where it ends up. So that's a motion.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
I move that the board recommend to town council that this change in the bylaw take place on the basis of the draft, the mixed use draft, is that we send that draft as the basis of the recommendation to council.
Okay. Jesse, your hand went up next.
Sure, I would second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Janet.
So one of the things we talked about at the housing subcommittee was I feel that the parking Article 7, our parking regulation, is very flexible. And so any developer can come in and say, I don't need 2 parking spaces per unit, or, you know, I have a quick stop and people are just going to pull in and pull out of, you know, the dry cleaner. So I don't need, you know, X amount of spaces for my square footage. And so they can come in and make that showing, and the planning board can say, we agree. Or a developer could come and say, you know, I don't want to do any parking. I just, you know, there's, you know, nobody in my building's going to need a car. And the planning board can come back and say, well, that's really hard to understand. And, you know, you know, it's, you know, you have 300 units, you know, or 200 units, or you have, you know, commercial and retail space. It doesn't seem plausible to us. Everyone's going to show up by a bus. And so Article 7 gives us the authority to say yes or no, or modify whatever the parking proposal is. If we have no parking requirement, I personally don't see anything in Article 11, site plan review, where we could say, okay, your parking management plan is a building full of leases that say you can't have parking. We just don't think this is going to work. You know, this is not a realistic plan. Maybe you get 1 parking space per unit. That could be 4 bedrooms, or you can get a half parking space per unit. That could be, you know, 2 4 bedrooms. I don't see any legal ability that we can have and say, well, that's an interesting parking management plan, put some parking in. And so we, you know, we were allowed to put conditions on, you know, projects, but we have to have some legal authority in the bylaw. And Article 7, the parking and access regulations bylaw, gives us the ability to say yes, no, or maybe, or we're just going to change this a little bit. So I think if we lose any parking requirement, we have no ability to say, wow, that's a bad plan. That's a bad parking management plan. And so I don't want to give that up. And it's not just for residential, it's like religious and educational uses, retail, offices, and similar uses. You know, but it's a very flexible requirement. And at the end of Article 7, we have an ability to just, again, modify, just saying, give us a good management plan, maybe some special shuttle buses or something. So I think I think we have a very flexible parking requirement. If we say there's none, we have no ability to impose or change anybody's plan. So I wouldn't do it.
Okay. So you don't like the way it's drafted?
Yes, that's one of my criticisms. Yes.
I will
Okay.
say that, you know, to that point, I think I had said it, but that we would add the bullets that an applicant is required to submit a parking utilization study and a parking management plan. and that would be used as the decision for the board. And so those are two bullets that, after the housing subcommittee discussion, that those would be wrapped into those parking requirements. And so I think, as we said, I said, Jenna, at the housing subcommittee, the difference is the board could say no and still require parking. And so there's really not that much flexibility. The flexibility is that here, the developer is actually, figuring out what they need to make a project successful. And so, if the board doesn't think that a waiver is grantable, or it's not for aesthetics or site design or something, they could say no to any of those. And so I don't think having a very prescriptive parking requirement, given the location of University Drive and what's around it, is necessary. Like I said, it may be different other parts of town. And so, I don't, but requiring that they provide a utilization study and a parking management plan as the basis for a decision of the planning board is asking them to do something and provide information. So it's not, they're just coming in and saying nothing. They have to provide something.
I think I'm saying is that we couldn't do that. Like in our current bylaw, we do require a parking management plan and a parking utilization study. But I'm saying is if there's no requirement for parking, we can't say, we looked at your study, we think you're wrong, put in 20 spaces. I don't see the legal authority we have if there's a no parking requirement.
Well, it says there's no minimum spaces as required in those sections of the bylaw. It's not saying that there's no parking required. So the building commissioner doesn't have a problem with, enforcing parking spaces here based on the language we would insert. So I don't.
So you don't think Janet's concern is really real?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we need to change the language, I mean, we could say that, if she's worried about the no minimum, we could say they're, like we just said, that they're, with the following exceptions, the parking requirements of 700 to 7005 don't apply. I mean, we could change that language, and maybe that happens over the course of, say, the zoning amendment process. But, the time staff have met, the building commissioner hasn't had a concern with, the ability to require parking.
Okay, all right, Fred.
Yeah, my hand went up first to suggest that Nate's bullet points get incorporated into the motion as a friendly amendment. And I still suggest that. But I want to respond to the larger public policy issue that Janet has raised. And that is, we live in a market economy. And anybody spending the millions of dollars that's required to construct something that's going to go into this overlay is certain to have made a careful study of what the market requires. And I don't think we have to get into this at this point. I like this just the way Nate is suggesting it, by making sure that it appears in the leases and everything, so that the people who are going to be creating this understand they're going to have to be forthcoming about exactly what they've designed in terms of the market. And then I can't think of another place in town where I'm comparatively less concerned about a prescriptive requirement on parking than here, where there is abundant bus traffic and so forth. Let's leave this to the market. I don't have a problem with that, and I am thoroughly in support of sending this forward.
Okay, thanks, Fred. Jesse.
Yeah, I don't entirely disagree with Janet's point, but I guess I'm feeling like I would like to move it forward as is, knowing it's going to get scrutinized by many other people and come back, I would almost guarantee, with that as something that needs to be changed. I feel like there's no way it's going to go through council and CRC without this parking issue being addressed, without the 30% being being brought up somehow, and then we're going to be dealing with it on that other end. And so to me, this is like, okay, let's make sure everyone's on board with the idea, and then we can hash out these details. Right? That's the position I've sort of come to.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Bruce?
I absolutely agree with you, Jesse. I think that it'll be interesting to see how this discussion happens through the other committees that are going to be doing this. And so I'm, apart from agreeing with you, Fred, I'm also agreeing with Jesse in the sense that I don't think this is derelict or anything close to dereliction. I think it's a constructive and healthy way to proceed. That's comment number one. If I can make comment number two.
Yes.
It's really to address something that we saw in a letter from Janet Keller, which was circulated and so forth. And we've said this before, but it seems to need to be repeated because the concern is consistently being addressed. And that is, I think it's also not derelict of us to leave any attempted language related to wetlands and so forth in this bylaw, because we've got a very active, very competent Conservation Commission and a very robust State Wetlands Protection Act. So I don't think we have to, in this bylaw or in this amendment to the bylaw, address concerns that will obviously be addressed by others in parallel with any development here. So I think that we're comfortable. We read Janet's letter. We thought about it. I have, and I think we don't need to include anything relative to that area of concern in this bylaw.
Okay. So I wanted to ask a question of, I guess it's of you, Bruce, because you made the motion. You know, I was interested to know which of these two people prefer, so that I could find out which one had more support. I am feeling a little bit boxed into a corner if I have to vote on one or the other first. And therefore, you know, if the first one passes, we'll never talk about the second one.
Yes.
So I'm not happy with your motion, Bruce. And
Well,
and
I'm happy to
I'd
table.
rather do a poll of which one do you prefer, and tally that up so that we, you know, I think one of these is going to move forward in some reasonably form close to what we've got here. And I don't know which one I want to have move forward tonight, based on which one has more support.
I apologize. The five of us, one of whom is not here, we're discussed this for an hour and a half on Monday. But you and Johanna were not included in that, and so my motion was sensing the mood of the Monday meeting. But I apologize because you two were not in that, and so you're right. I think I've probably been a little preemptive. So, what is the appropriate? Did I withdraw the motion or did I table the motion?
Well, yeah, I guess I wonder how others feel about what I've said and whether they are willing to go that direction at least first. In that, if that's so, then I guess we could just withdraw the motion and we could do a sort of ask for a vote or an indication from each member present of which one they actually like better.
That being the case, could I make a pitch for mixed use, not being part of having withdrawn the motion?
Okay.
And my pitch for mixed use is because I did actually in that housing committee in a housing subcommittee meeting, I think the first at the very beginning, I suggested that the preamble, particularly of the misuse draft, include a goal statement, or there is a goal statement, and that we should add a sentence at the end, which is almost a second short paragraph, which says that it is the intention or the goal of this bylaw that street life, commercial retail street life on University Drive be enhanced, or some version of that. Basically, something that states that we we value highly the stimulation of commercial and retail activity along that street.
Mhm.
And so because of that, I think that the mixed use version is by far the more likely to achieve that. And well, let's just say it's more likely to achieve that, and that's why I personally would favor that particular version.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so sorry, just quickly, if that were the case, right, I think in the purpose section, there'd be an additional statement, right, that would read, could read, it was also intended that the University Drive Overlay District expand retail and commercial vitality for year-round use with street level services, pedestrian activity, and vibrant amenities. So, it would just reinforce the mixed use purpose. And that would be added.
Okay. So, Nate, is it your feeling that the housing-focused version would permit and potentially result in more housing than the mixed use?
Yeah, I mean, it would, right? Because on the interior of the corridor, you'd have, I think given the market, the housing market, you'd probably have apartment buildings or social dormitories constructed. Karin emailed me this evening and said that, speaking with an architect and a planner where she is, she no longer feels too worried about 6 stories. She was at the housing subcommittee, and she said that, they were saying, think about mixed use in terms of the area or, the neighborhood as opposed to building by building. Think about like, okay, what do you want in the area? It doesn't really answer the question, but, I think that, yeah, I mean, I think the idea would be though, if we had the housing focused one, you might not have the critical density right away. And if people jump to the middle, you might all of a sudden then say, okay, someone might say, well, geez, where do we have the space to put other amenities? And maybe then that would happen. We'd actually have 2 floors of non-residential in different buildings. But, I think it's also important to have space for, retail, commercial, office, or whatever. And so I think that if, the 6 floors included, I think that the number of units or beds, I think about it as beds, the number of individuals that could be there is still, much greater than is there now, right? So if originally the goal was, let's say, I said 2,000 beds, which, is a lot, but say it's 1,200, it's still going to be impactful enough, I think, to hopefully, the housing subcommittee is talking about other ways that could, zoning amendments or measures in other neighborhoods. So to me, it'd be like, okay, well, this along with, if we continue to talk to the university about, say, another P3 or something, and then Hadley, my idea is like, okay, well, and, all of a sudden we could have, 2,000 more beds for students, if we wanted to say that, or just 2,000 more beds in the market, and that's going to help a lot, right? And so that's kind of what we need. So I'm not, the more I think about it, it's like, I think even if mixed use is built and is vacant for a bit, maybe that gets occupied because the next project brings in the density that you need to have, that certain type of retail or commercial.
You can support both of these.
Right.
Okay. All right. So I am cognizant that it's 20 after 9, and I don't know how long you guys want to stay up, but so I see Janet and then Johanna and then Jesse. So we've heard from Bruce. He prefers the mixed use. I guess everybody who talks, could you please indicate your preference somewhere in your comments? Janet.
I prefer the mixed use version. I would just, support the motion. My fear is like, we're still up in the air about things. And, if we send this to anybody, it's like, oh, the planning board agreed and thought this was best. And we're kind of saying, these are our concepts and we're kind of shifty, a little, not sure of them. But anyway, pushing that aside, I would support the motion, which I may or may not be alive right now, is if we added 30% of the first floor in the be commercial or retail, and then adding a sentence to the parking that says, the planning board can require the number of parking spaces to meet, the planning board can require parking spaces to meet the needs of the users of the building. Like, I need something that will let the planning board add spaces. And I think that sentence will be like, because I think the way the saying we're not gonna, there's no minimum requirement is saying there's no requirement of any parking. And I think I want some line that says that we have the legal authority to require parking spaces to meet the needs of users of the building. And we'll base that on the study and the management plan and what we, what the building is doing. So I think I would support this with the 30%, adding 30% of the first floor and a sentence that gives us the authority to put parking spaces into the project. Otherwise, I just don't think we have the lever.
All right, thank you. Johanna, you're the next hand, so if you could say which of the two you prefer as written, and whether you are supporting either of Janet's proposals.
I appreciate the work that the housing group did, and I appreciated the kind of summaries. I feel like there are still more like pros and cons that I'm interested in. So like, one gets more housing. What about the revenue numbers? Like, which one is likely to get us more revenue as a town? And it seems to me like both of them could lead to a like walkable, bikeable, vibrant streetscape. So I think, I've always been the advocate of like mixed use in part of it and allow for apartments in other parts of it. I still think that flexibility is helpful, but if I need to choose, I think I would support mixed use over the housing oriented one, although it's a thin margin for me. I am comfortable with the broader parking language that Nate suggested, so I don't feel a need to tighten that part at this time. And then what was the second thing?
Whether to add the 30% first floor or just leave it with the 75% of the linear frontage.
I'm okay with the 75% linear frontage.
Okay. All right, so that's a preference for mixed use and pretty much as drafted rather than with the amendments that Janet proposed. Okay.
Yeah, although they wouldn't be a deal breaker for me either.
Okay. Jesse.
Thanks. I favor the mixed use version. My main rationale for that is I feel like if we don't do that now or don't try and accomplish that, it will never happen there. It will be all just non-commercial entities that happen, except at the corner spots, if that's what gets required. So I very much favor all mixed use. I'm okay with the 75%. I also, though, agree with Janet that I like your proposal. So I would totally support that. I do think the planning board should have some teeth and some ability to say, no, we don't think you put enough parking, and have it be with each proposal that comes in, have that ability. So I would support that completely.
All right. Fred.
Okay, yeah, I support mixed use because of the revenue picture. And I want to be very sure that we don't end up with something that, if we build it, they don't come. And I would prefer to leave that to the market. I don't think it's necessary for us to have that specific review.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
yeah.
I guess I really could go either way on these two, but I'm perfectly happy to go along with the mixed use. I would rather see the 75% of the linear frontage rather than going to the 30% first floor. I think that will be more palatable for folks, for the developers or whoever's trying to build a building. I don't want to have each developer necessarily need to provide all the parking for their residents. It'd be fine with me if somewhere along this stretch behind a building there was a parking garage and that everybody got to use it or whatever. Or there, I'd rather just let the market figure that out. As Fred said, especially in this location where there's good public transit, it's a level topography up to UMass, and there are reasonably abundant services right in that vicinity with the post office and the grocery store and healthcare across the street. So if there's anywhere in town you don't need a car, it's probably this area. So, all right. So with that, okay, Nate, go ahead.
Yeah, I think for the parking piece, I would add a bullet that an applicant shall be required to submit 1, a parking utilization study, and 2, a parking management plan in order for the permit granting authority to determine that an adequate number of off-street parking spaces are provided. I have that typed out. And then I would, in the bullet.
Is there something that, like, we have to accept it?
Well, so, what we're asking, what that bullet is saying is that, a developer would have to, they're probably going to do it anyways, a utilization study and a management plan. And then they're going to talk about that with the planning board during permitting. And so what they could say is that, well, in our management plan, yeah, we're going to say in our leases we don't have parking, or that we have a shared agreement with the other property owner, or that, we're going to have bike storage. And, so to me, that becomes part of the discussion during permitting, but we're requiring that they submit those 2 documents for that discussion. So the board understands, here's what they're saying. Okay, we have, 3,000 square feet of commercial space. Here's what we're thinking. Okay, here's what we think a right amount of parking is given that. We're going to have 3 different spaces. We need, 75 parking spaces there. They're going to be, shared at night by the residents, but that's the kind of information that the applicant would be required to provide. It's not saying what the right number is. They're going to, say it. And then I think in the current amendment, we say there shall be no minimum requirements. I think we say that the parking standards in Article 7 shall apply with the following exceptions. The first bullet could just say, sections, omitting section 7 through 7.005, and then shared parking. So we remove the language for minimums so that it's not confusing. And then we have that second bullet about, or the bullet about, they're required to provide those 2 documents. And so that gives the board the ability to understand what they think is the parking, needs and demand for the project.
Okay. Thank you, Nate. Bruce?
Doug, I was going to make a motion, but
yeah, we got through my request for preferences, and I think that was pretty conclusive.
But the question is, do you want to take public comment before I make a motion or after?
I don't have a preference, but I'm happy to do that right now if you want to wait.
Yes, why don't you do that? We've got 2 possible.
We only have 3 members of the public. So those of you who are still with us, would any of you like to make a public comment before we have a motion to move forward with one of these proposals? I see a hand from Janet Keller. Pam, could we bring Janet over? Hello, Janet. If you could give us your name and your street address.
Sure, Janet Keller, 120 Pulpit Hill Road. There were 2 things I forgot to say in my email today, and I want to say them now. And the first is I appreciate the thought and hard work that the staff and the board members have devoted to this work. The second is that I support rezoning University Drive to increase housing and raise revenue. And I still think it's important to provide clear regulation. So I'm happy that you are discussing, and I don't pretend to know the full implications of them, but a little bit more specificity for the parking requirements. I still think it's I hear you thinking that it will be mainly students and that they won't need it, but I think it's important to retain the ability for other people to live there as well. And they're gonna need parking, and people who are shopping are gonna need parking. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Second hand from Jennifer Taub.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can,
Yes.
Jennifer.
Oh, I'm on. Okay. I'm Jennifer Taub. I live on Lincoln Avenue and I am completely speaking as a resident. And I echo Janet that I appreciate all the hard work and support this overlay for University Drive. I just wanted to offer the comment as a resident who lives about 3 blocks from campus, where there's a lot of student housing that's occupied by students. And even though we are very close to campus, in my neighborhood, I see one car per student in every, single family home, or 8 cars if it's a duplex, and that students don't bring cars to Amherst so much to get to class, because they can certainly walk to class from my neighborhood, but that's how they get from their hometowns to Amherst. So I, appreciate, I guess, Nate's suggestion that, and what Janet has been saying, that there be some language or mechanism in the bylaw that doesn't read as though parking is not required, because as easy access as there is by public transportation or foot from University Avenue to campus, non-students will very likely have cars, and students will probably have cars because that's how they get back and forth from their hometowns here. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Janet. All right, I do not see that the third person wants to raise their hand and make a public comment. So I guess we'll move back, Bruce, to you. You said you were ready to make a motion. I do see that Janet has her hand up following you.
Well, the motion will be that the board propose to town council a mixed use overlay district as drafted, with and I would like with the addition of the following: one, the extension to the goal statement. Nate, as you stated, that your statement was better than mine. I mean, better than what I wrote you in email, I think. Number 2 is that there be additional 2 bullets in related to parking. Again, you read them out, and I would add those 2. And at the moment, Janet, I won't add your statement. I don't disagree with it, but I think it doesn't seem to be the body of the mind of the majority here. So I will, that will be the motion. Mixed use overlay, goal statement, 2 bullets on parking.
And the 2 bullets are requirement of the utilization study and a parking management plan.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. And
So
there's,
that's the motion.
okay. Janet, do you want to second that? You are muted, actually. You're the next hand, I see.
I'm a little confused about the add-ons. So,
Here's the, if my screen's visible, or the screen's visible,
Yeah.
that, I don't know if it's legible, but under the purpose section, we'd have a statement that reads, "It is also intended that the University Drive Overlay District expand retail and commercial vitality for year-round use with street-level services, pedestrian activity, and vibrant amenities."
Okay. And then the two changes on the parking are.
Parking,
are as
we
you've
changed
written.
the first parking bullet. Instead of saying the no minimum requirements, we say section 7.000 through 7.05 shall not apply. And then the second change would be a new bullet: an applicant shall be required to submit a parking utilization study and a parking management plan in order for the permit granting authority to determine that an adequate number of off-street parking spaces are provided.
Okay. Bruce, is that consistent with your motion?
It is.
Okay, then I'll just go ahead and second that at this point. And then at that point, we can, Janet, you have your hand up. Did you want to speak at this point? Okay. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. The time is 9:37 and nobody else has their hand up. Are we done talking about this for right now? All right, I'm seeing some yeses and some thumbs up. Okay, well, in that case, without further ado, we can go through this. Starting, Bruce, with you. How do you vote on your motion?
Aye.
All right. Fred?
Aye.
Jesse?
Aye.
Janet?
vote aye with reservations. I don't think it will show anywhere, but
Okay. And I'm an aye as well. So we have 5 votes in favor, two members
You need
absent.
Johanna.
Did I skip you, Johanna?
You did, and that's okay. We can do me
no.
now. I'm an
I'm
aye.
I
Thank you.
checked you off. I don't know how I did that. Okay, so thank you. All right, so five in favor, two against, or 2 absent, and so that passes. So Chris, first of all, Nate, thanks for all your work on this. It's been a long process. Chris, does this board need to do anything further, or do you take care of transmitting this to town council?
We'll take care of transmitting it to town council.
All right. All right. Great. So the time now is 9:39. I guess we can move on. Item 7 on the agenda was old business not anticipated. Do we have any, Chris or Pam?
I don't believe so.
No.
Likewise for new business?
I don't think we do, no.
No. Okay.
Oh, except to say that we do have the 5 people that we asked for the July 24th meeting. So I'm thinking that we will hold the July 24th meeting with regard to the Jones Library. So that's new business, I guess.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Form A&R subdivision applications.
There is one,
Great.
and I will do my best to bring it up.
This is the one that was in the packet, right?
Yes,
oh, good.
it's very straightforward.
I think it's consolidation of lots.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, bear with me. I can bring up the GIS map first. I don't know if I have much voice left. But so this is at 374 Flat Hills Road. One owner owns these 3 parcels right here, 1, 2, and 3. And they would like to combine these 3 parcels into one. It's that straightforward. Here's the plan.
All right.
So you would be agreeing that this does not rise to the level of having to go through the subdivision process,
Mhm.
and that you would authorize Mr. Marshall to sign the document?
Okay. I had one question as to whether that narrow strip parcel in the center contains an easement to access the Coles property that's to the top of the page. And would this affect the Coles easement if it exists at all?
No, it doesn't affect the easement.
Okay. So there is an easement?
If there were an easement, it wouldn't affect the easement.
Okay. All right. Fine. Janet.
I had a question about that strip too. Like, how did it come to be? Like, I mean, maybe you don't know that, but it just seems so odd.
I assume it was held, created by Coles or whoever owned that upper parcel as a way to get, just to preserve an access, but that's total conjecture.
Paul Jones used to do that. He did that with us a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the current owners have owned it since the early 80s, all 3 properties. And so I think it was probably the other year they came to town hall and they were asking questions. I mean, that's not even a legal lot anymore, but I think it's it's like a vestigial lot. Probably was an access at one point, but like I said, they've owned it for 40 years. And so the recommendation is to consolidate it because, their interests are probably merged anyways for some purposes, but from the legal standpoint, it's still 3 lots, but it'll be cleaner if it's one.
All right. So Chris, am I right? You usually just ask, does anybody object to us having me sign this? We don't
That's right. Yep.
we don't typically do a formal vote.
Nope.
All right. So does anybody object? I don't see anybody objecting. Okay. All right. Chris, I guess we'll make an appointment to meet in the back lot.
Hopefully on the day when it's not raining.
Right. Okay, upcoming ZBA applications.
Oh gosh. Do you
I
want?
would just mention 2 things, and that would be the fact we've talked about the comprehensive B project that you had the presentation for. If you remember, it was at 31 Southeast Street and 70 Belchertown Road. And that project did receive their project eligibility approval. And I believe there was a pre-permitting meeting today. Is that right, colleagues?
Yes.
Yes. So that's all I had to say about that. And then I also would have to refer to my colleagues. I know the Spoke is coming forward to ZBA, but I don't have any details to what that is. So other than that, I don't have anything to mention.
The Spoke has 2 venues currently. They have one on East Pleasant Street and they have one on Prairie Street. So the application is for the venue that's on East Pleasant Street. And they're hoping to enhance the front patio area. They're going to add 2 forms of egress and put an awning over it. It's not really an awning, it's more like a roof structure. So they're just going to enhance that area, and they're going to the Zoning Board of Appeals to get permission to do that.
Okay.
Did
All
we
right.
previously talk about Lane Quarry, Pam?
I thought we did last time, which is why I didn't bring it up. Yep,
Okay, excellent.
and black walnut too.
Black walnut.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, any SPP, SBR, and SUB applications?
Oh, we have the Jones Library coming in on July 24th to talk to you about their changes to meet their budget. They're going to be eliminating some things and changing some things. So they need to come back to you. And then Barry Roberts' project, currently we have it slated for coming to you on August 7th. And we understand that Mr. Marshall won't be here that night. And so
So Johanna can preside.
Johanna can preside.
All right, is that all for that category?
I think so.
All right, time is 9:46. Planning board committee and liaison reports. Bruce, anything for PVPC?
Yes, one of the quarterly meetings happened a week or two ago, and there was a comprehensive presentation by a guy named Ken Cormier from the Commonwealth. He was presenting on energy infrastructure siting and permitting, and he was basically briefing the various towns and so forth, or the representatives of the various towns on that. This is something that Janet knows a lot about, and because of that, we've been introduced occasionally from her updates and so forth. But there was some presentation materials that were submitted, and I could pass them, Nate, Chris, if you like, so that they could be distributed, just so that you could have access in your files to current thinking about this and where the state are headed. It's basically the state are heading to enact some kind of consolidation, and they've learned a fair bit over the recent years, and so some of that learning is being folded into state legislation, and that was what this was all about. I think that's mostly what was there. There was some presentations about what the PVC has accomplished and so forth in recent in the first part of the year and the past year. But I will send Chris the 3 documents that I grabbed from that presentation.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. For CPAC, CPAC was reconvened sometime in the last month. We were asked to release some limitations on funding for the high school track and field reconstruction. The 2 requirements that we did release were for artificial turf and that the track and field be reoriented in a north-south direction. So we no longer have those. At least we were asked to recommend to council that those be removed as limitations on the funding. So we did that. Karen is not here for DRB. Chris, anything on CRC?
Yes, we're continuing to talk to CRC about the solar bylaw, but we haven't done it in a while because the CRC has been engaged in another business. And they did interview potential members of the planning board, and they did recommend Mr. Marshall and Ms. Ferris to the town council to be planning board members. And then the other thing is that sometime in July, Nate and I will be meeting with the CRC to present what we're doing with the downtown design guidelines and what's the other project name? My brain is escaping me.
It was the overlay, but maybe that'll get to them anyways.
Oh, the overlay. That's right. Yeah. So we've been asked to explain those two projects to the CRC, and I think that's it.
Okay, well, since it's report of chair, I will say, I will add to what you said, Chris. CRC has voted to extend the current appointments of Janet and me beyond June 30th to, I believe, Chris, isn't it like July 15th when they have their
Yep.
meeting where they are going to vote on appointing new members essentially to replace our two positions.
That's correct.
And those recommendations are the two people you mentioned. So I guess, do we have a meeting when's our next meeting?
Well, I think our next meeting is July 17th, but I'm not sure that we have any business
Okay,
for the agenda, but so this may be Janet's last meeting, and we would like to thank her for all of her hard work and participating these many years in the planning board
has it
business.
been 2 full terms, 6 years, Janet?
It's been 5 years. I think I was 2 years and then 3 years, but it's
Okay.
it's aged me, but it's really I'm happy to do it, and I hope I helped a bit and didn't irritate people too much. But I appreciate all the crazy hard work we do, you know. And
Right.
nobody gets paid, really, none of us, except for Pam and Chris and Nate. Which
And
I get the feeling these late hours aren't really paid.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
appreciate everybody else's work too.
So
Well,
thank you,
thank you.
Janet.
You're welcome.
Will we see you on another committee soon?
You know, I don't know if I have any committees. I might just retire to the Eric Carl Art Room, which I do twice a month. So,
All right. Well, I know there's some committee vacancies elsewhere in the town.
oh, that's true.
So
Okay. So
you
that,
all, may I just talk about upcoming meetings? I mean, well, maybe it's report of chair time, and then I'll make the report of staff.
well, I made my report. I just wanted to mention that we were extended, but it turns out it's an extension without any practical benefit because we don't have a meeting in the first half of June
I
or
think that's
July.
right.
July.
Yeah.
So the July 3rd meeting is canceled. I'm thinking of asking you if we should cancel the July 17th meeting unless we slot something in there. I think we could barely get Barry Roberts' project in if we put out a legal ad on Friday. So maybe I should talk to Pam about that, and that would allow us to have Mr. Marshall on that case. So
I will be out of the office for the
on the
rest of this.
17th.
No, when your legal ad is due.
That's
Right.
right. Yeah, so
Friday.
I could submit the legal ad, but and you're out of the office tomorrow too. Maybe I'll talk to Rob about whether we should have the public hearing on the 17th instead of what would it be? It would have been on August 7th. So I'll do that tomorrow. So is everybody available on the 17th?
As far as I know.
Okay. Good. Well, we might do that, but that would mean 2 meetings in a row. It would mean meeting on the 17th about Barry Roberts' project, and then meeting on the 24th about the Jones Library.
Chris, this is Johanna. I have a conflict on the 17th.
Okay.
I will say that the Barry Roberts project has not submitted to the Conservation Commission.
That's
It's a
right.
pretty important review on that property, so it might,
So there's no real rush on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about that internally tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, is that it for your report, Chris?
I think so.
Okay. So thank you all, especially Janet. I'm sure you're going to miss us on Wednesday nights.
I might do some public commenting.
All right.
Stay away.
Okay.
Have a good 4th of July, and we'll see you sometime in July.
55. Okay, goodbye, everyone.
Very much, guys.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes. stop
Recording stopped.
recording.